What's shaking my dudes? Oh, sorry, I didn't even realize. Fix something right quick. Gotta fix it. Hmm. I don't know why this stuff isn't the same, isn't arranged how I had it yesterday. There we go. Jesus. Anyhow, sorry about that. I was watching the joint session of Congress with King Charles III, which it is. Hey, what's up, Rick? It is kind of rare for for us to have a joint session of Congress. Like it truly is. That's pretty damn rare. I think, and his mom, she only like the last time she visited was like 1992, 1991. Like that's a long time, man. And I think he said only 17. Or no, he has seven. He said something about 17 of the kings visit, or no, I think it was the last four. The first king that did it was his grandfather during 1939, just before World War II. And it's kind of neat, honestly. And you kind of just have to put politics aside. That's kind of how I feel anyway. Because like it's kind of they speak more in broad strokes when they're doing head of state speeches. I mean, I didn't really particularly like Trump's speeches that he's done lately, or that he did today for King Charles in honor of him being here. But at the same time, I was thinking about it too. Trump, I think it actually there's a little bit of nuance to it. Like I don't like him, but outside of the Iran war, he's got doesn't make a fool of us when King Charles is meeting him. I think it's all right. He's not embarrassing me, at least in front of the world. And everybody behaves well, and I was kind of marveling that the king and the president, they can be allowed to mingle when they visit the house of or the Congress. When they visit our Congress, they can actually mingle. They don't have to be behind plexiglass and stuff. Like I saw Philip, or King Charles, him and his wife Camilla, they were walking around shaking hands. It's a pretty packed room when there's a joint session. Like there's a lot of people in that room, probably 800 to 1,000. I mean, Congress itself is 400 and something, or it's almost it's 400 or 500, somewhere in there, right? And that's a lot of people. And plus, all the different aides. I seen there was a group of kids in there, all kinds of different people, and they went through and shook everybody's hands. And I was just thinking, at least it's nice that at least there's a few places where they can be in a crowd because that is a crowd. It's inside, but even today in the modern world, they can at least, you know, still in America, there are places that are safe enough for them to be. Although I'm sure they had Secret Service there, same as the president, though. And, you know, kind of the sentiment of King Charles' speech, it was a pretty good speech, which is funny. I was thinking about, the way that speeches are written. And King Charles, because King Charles, he comes from England, he and it's a historical kind of a thing. He was quoting like Dickens and, a lot of people, a lot of English, Oliver Wilde, Oscar Wilde. Yeah, he quoted him. He quoted a lot, all English authors, and I thought that was neat. And of course, that's the point. But it kind of has a historical tinge, I guess, for because they're trying to emphasize the bond between the two nations. At least, and more or less, I would say the bond between the ruling class. I mean, if you want to break it down in political terms, that's how it should be explained. Is that, yeah, it's two political elites meeting up and slapping each other's backs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how I see it anyway. But it is. I mean, I enjoyed it still, though. I still enjoyed it regardless. I think Trump's right about Charles. He is quite elegant of a guy, and it's crazy too, is he was alive during World War II, King Charles. So like, there are comments that people made about King Charles. Like Winston Churchill talked about like, he's a smart kid and this and that. And I was thinking, wow, there's a lot of history wrapped around this old guy. Like seriously, as much as his mother, because he was any big to do with the English government, after his mom was queen, like he was alive and he was the longest serving Prince of Wales ever to have lived. That's incredible because that's a title that they give to the the crown prince, the oldest son. That's a title that they've been giving to the royal families have been given to their boys for fuck man, more than a millennia. I think. Pretty sure. It's been around a long since certainly since back in the medieval era with like jousting and stuff. And it also it's just nice to see Americans, we agree on some things and we agree with the British on some things. And there is certainly a benefit to having, we are two separate cultures. I mean, we're linked or we share a lot of values, but they are a separate culture that's not cut off from us because we influence them a lot, but similar enough to where any discoveries that either of us make, we benefit us both. And especially with culture, like there's some merit to the argument that, they're more liberal than us and they've seemed to have dragged us in. Although I don't think that argument is right. Because honestly, I think they're just a canary in the coal mine. They don't decide where we go and we don't decide where they go. We're so like-minded that we kind of, there's something there. There's a reason why that is, and there's a lot of cultural osmosis. And with the other anglophonic countries that speak English, there's a lot of exchange. especially with between us and England, because England is the sovereign, like the king is the sovereign of the whole Commonwealth, but they're not actually the most powerful of the English speaking nations in the world. We are. No, but we certainly have both benefit. I mean, and it's something else Charles said too is um that like the only difference between us and England is was a dispute. It was a tax dispute. It wasn't an ideological dispute, actually. And we would have been okay with George Washington becoming the first president. I mean, there's a lot of his I think there's literally people that wrote that they offered George Washington the crown and he turned it down. The crown of I mean, and in past historical time, past eras, that's what happened. Like with El Cid, he's a famous Spanish warrior that basically ran off the Moors, drove them out of Spain. He was offered the crown of Valencia and he turned it down too. So this is like when you conquered someplace, or this was like the reason why crowning achievement is a term. It's when you've done something great. Typically, you've won a war or you've pulled off a conquest more or less. And like Valencia that El Cid turned down the crown for, that was a Moorish city. It was a citadel. It was made like a castle. It had huge castle walls right on the beach. He ended up dying there shortly after. But yeah, he turned the crown down and gave it to his own king, and everybody was begging him to take it, and he didn't. Same thing with George Washington. So we didn't, our idea of the style of government we wanted really wasn't, had nothing to do with the dispute and the reason that we revolted, the reason why we rebelled. It was more about taxation. Like we would not have even left the Commonwealth if they had, and they treated us historically well, actually. And if you're objective and you look back, the reason that the reason for revolution was kind of spurious. It's it's not like they were being subjugated and oppressed. They weren't. The taxation without representation, that was just the best excuse they could come up with. Because there's no doubt in my mind, there's a lot of ambitious men you know that calculated that we didn't need England to run America, that we could do it on our own. We were competent enough, and we were, but they needed an excuse. And taxation without that was an absolute excuse that was like a trumped up excuse. Because when you think about it, like they rebelled over something so petty. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And it obviously it wasn't about the taxation. There was probably some greed in there. I mean, I'm not saying that these were noble men and stuff, but they were humans. And just because they were our you know what I mean? Like they had ambition, which I'm not necessarily saying is a bad thing, but they had ambition. Our nation had ambition. And we had to we had to run the British off. We had to, take something that they had claimed. So, and the taxation was just a convenient excuse, really. They would have, if the British had repealed those laws, does anybody doubt that we wouldn't have rebelled again anyway? That we wouldn't have, done it for some other reason. But that's not really all that much of a reason to rebel. Like, and they're a lot more like us than we probably want to even admit. Like we didn't break with them on ideological, spiritual, none of those reasons. It was more or less, it was probably more like ambition, which good on those guys for doing something so great. But what Charles was saying, it just, No, they are brothers in arms. Like no matter what we do, or no matter what happens, and we've had disagreements, but even though we've had disagreements, they're never as big of disagreements as we have with the rest of the world. So it's almost like it kind of forces us to get along with them, and because they're the they're the people that agree with us the most, more or less. And like it's not even that we agree with them. It's like you even if we didn't know what their opinion was, we could assume that it's probably pretty close to our own, if not our own opinion. And it strikes me that's we're pretty. I mean, we're blessed in a lot of ways, but I think our company, the company we've always kept, is another way. Like we have such a prestigious line. Where what brought us here, and and it's no coincidence that we inherited. The British had an empire that we inherited. Like we didn't necessarily build our empire. The British did. We did. Our blood did. Our people did. But we inherited a lot of it. Like they have a tiny little country. They really. I mean, and we actually can get to lay claim to a lot of that ourselves because like like one half of my family, my dad's side, his ancestor did, or my ancestor on my dad's side, he didn't come to America till the Civil War, like 1862, I think. My mom's side has been here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. So I still have some connection to Britain. As recently as the Civil War. Yeah, I mean, I no, I saw it. The taxes. We weren't even. They really. Our government didn't even tax everybody until the World War II. I saw this graph today, and it showed when we started taxing and the percentage of our population. And at first, it was like 1%, and then like after 2 years, like when or at the end of the First World War, it went up to like 3%, and then at most it hit like 10 or 20% before World War II. Then it hits World War II and it skyrockets to 140%. And I don't know, I guess that 40% is businesses, but the 100% accounts for that means there's a tax return for every single house in America, every household, every family does one tax return. And that's, that would be 100%. And it was at 140%. So I would imagine that's for businesses and I guess second household. I don't know, but 140%. And then it dropped back down after like a certain amount of years, but it was over 100% in World War II. I get why we had to, or why taxes were necessary because they raised, you know, a war chest, a massive war chest. They started taxing and actually now that I think about it, that just showed you what households were getting taxed, not how much they were being taxed. So they may have been getting taxed very little or a lot, who knows, but at the same time, even if they were being only taxed a little, the war bond drives back then were immense. It was ridiculous. Like every movie from that period of time was like a war bond ad and like had that stuff written into the credits and whatnot. So, I mean, and it helped us build a war machine that could defeat the Germans. But imagine how much I could look it up now, but I'm sure it was an immense amount of money that they raised for World War II, and they did it like a pop. And I bet that's kind of how they justified taxing everybody because even our income tax was advertised and was sold to us on or on the that it would only be the rich. That it would only the rich would pay income tax. It was on that circumstance. And very quickly they figured out a way to justify taxing even the poorest of worker. And I saw somebody saying that on X, and they're right. You know, like all these, oh, the rich pay their fair share stuff. It's like, dude, that's how they get their foot in the door. Could you imagine? Live, be, man, you got the privilege of living in America and being a citizen of America, and you never even paid a dime. Nobody paid a dime before 1913. That's crazy. Like, I can't even imagine how great life would be if you didn't have to. I mean, how much better America would be if you didn't have to pay taxes. At the same time, though, there was no welfare or anything either. It's like they got their foot in the door with the war. And then when the war was over, they said, oh, we'll do Social Security. And everybody went for it, which is a shame. I mean, it's just turned out to be a total bust. I guess it's a lot of people have lived off it for years, but it's like and now we're getting hit with the consequences, and I feel like it's just that much harder because our country has had this welfare system in mind, and chances are it's not going to be there for us, so it's like we're bearing this immense burden, but we're not getting paid for it. We're not going to get the benefits of it. I mean, the idea of America is still a great thing, but if they destroy the culture, and they damage America, and enough, if they make if it stops being transmitted to the next generation, like all like the glory and the love for our country and the opinions and the way of the outlook of it, and by that I mean the feelings that you have for America, and the feelings for the Pledge of Allegiance and the flag and the songs, that deep feeling. If we don't implant that feeling in every generation, the first generation it doesn't have that allegiance, America dies. Like values and traditions, they're only alive so long as a people, still still celebrates them and lives them. And when that stops happening, that's when stuff dies away. Like, and you can think of a lot of things like an economy or a marketplace, which, an economy is just the act of people doing business, paying money for goods or trading. That's an economy. Every time somebody trades something or buys something, that's the economy taking place. So when people talk about the economy, it's not this. They talk about it like it's like it's a place you can go to, but it's not. And it is an institution, but in the of the mind. But I think of a lot of things like an economy. Like I think of evolution as an economy, where survival is that's the currency. And I think it's kind of helpful to think of it that way. Damn it, I lost my train of thought there. Of course, I had to stop and explain economy. I just want to be thorough. But like I was thinking, evolution, it can be. King Charles said he was talking about an economy. I think he said, "Oh yeah, the economy of nature." And it kind of struck me. I thought, like, wow, that is a great way to think about the economy or think about nature. All over the place tonight. Yeah, to think about nature, and evolution. It is an economy, because it has the free market principle where things are organic. Hey, what's going on, David? Where things are organic, and and to my mind, that's really the main thing they have in common is that they're a natural consequence. An economy and evolution, those are consequences of like trial and error. And animals and people more or less not wagering, but competing. Animals, people, and businesses competing. I guess that's why I kind of associate the two together like that. And I had never thought of it that way, but it is a great way to think about it. That's and just like animals, just like businesses, they evolve, they streamline. And the economy that's what it forces. It forces it, through market forces. It causes business to be streamlined. Because any extra fat or any fluff that isn't earning money, it's costing money. So, there's forces that are acting upon businesses and the market, same as in the wild. Oh, that's what I was saying. And with society, politics and values, it's the same thing. There's an economy going on, there's a competition that's taking place. Whether we want to admit it or not, or accept that or not, there's a competition between our culture and the Native American Indian culture. Their culture lost. There's a competition between us, our culture, and Middle Eastern culture and European culture. I mean, we are European to an extent, but there's differences. I guess not really competing as like we were with the American Indians, where we actually, it was a two civilizations directly opposed. But it's the same thing. All these different values, and that's that's attesting to how hardy and long lasting some are. Jews, Persians, these people have staying power, and you discount them at your own peril. The fact that they both those that especially the Jays, the fact they've been around so long, that should give people pause. They're not easy to get rid of. They're not. It's not. You're not going to break those people. You're not going to break them. You're not going to demoralize them and get them to buckle. That's just not going to happen. So many people and kingdoms tried this. The, the Egyptians, the Romans, the Germans, so many empires tried to squash these people and to get them to lay down and conform. Nobody could get them to do it. And even if they beat them physically with kinetic warfare, the people still never. Uh, this group, they never converted. So a lot of Jays they converted, and they're just Gentiles like us now. They assimilated, they bred, they're in the mix with us. This group that's here with us today, that's the most extreme, the most ethnocentric, the most in group, out group, and it's the same thing with the ways of life and the cult, because I see things kind of like, like America's a way of life. There's a tradition. You go through school, you get, like there is a distinct way of life with America that we had for a long time, and it worked. There's another way of life in the Middle East. There's another way of life with the Jays. And I remember seeing in this movie Ivanhoe, written by Sir Walter Scott, and there's a Jewish patriarch in that book and in that story that loans the money that basically ransoms King Richard from Austria after the Crusades. They borrow the money from a Jewish tribe in England, like 200,000 gold pieces, I think, gold marks, silver marks, no, silver marks. Anyway, this guy, Elizabeth Taylor plays his daughter. She plays a Jewess in that movie, and she's like kind of she's kind of rebelling a little bit. She's like, why can't I, I have feelings for this Gentile, why do we live in this amongst Gentiles then? And he says, well, if these are our values, this is our way of life, and if it's no good, If it's no longer if it no longer has any value, it will die away. But until then, we have to abide by those values. And I've always kind of thought that's always stuck in my head what he said. It wasn't a Jewish actor, it was just the character. It's a famous classic story, too, an English or Scottish writer, Sir Walter Scott. And that just really stuck with me that, he's saying it basically has an evolutionary look or way of looking at culture. Like, no, we abide by these values because they haven't survived for no reason. They're here for a reason that they were a strong enough set of values that, and it reproduces itself. It's not just dropped and walked away from, given up on. Like, if they had had one generation of kids that just rebuked it and walked away, it would have died. Or one, and basically that's a testament. And I'm just using them as an example. Like, and like that's what we risk, by a lot of things that America has done. We risk, like, things dying, stuff we love, and the feelings and the emotions and the traditions that we love. And I say this, it's kind of double purpose also that, you cannot discount the Jays. They are a wily, clever, crooked people, and they've been around for a long time. Just like in Inglorious Bastards, kind of comparing them to rats. He's right. It is both a negative comparison, but at the same time, it's such a perfect comparison because it's not just a negative comparison. Rats are hard to get rid of, man. They follow us literally like the plague, literally, because they carry the plague on them with fleas. And they're hardy as all get out. I mean, they followed us to, Caribbean islands and shit. There's rats on Tahiti or and on all the islands that Captain Cook stopped on because they all like left little colonies that jumped out of the ship that crawled down the anchor rope to live on these islands. And they're still there. Like if you sleep at night, you can hear them, and it's crazy, and it sucks that Eurasia carried these stupid rodents with them everywhere, and they've literally evolved to live alongside us. It's the same. A lot of animals are like that. All of our domesticated meat animals are just like that. But rats, they're not quite like leeches. They're not quite parasites, but they're as close as you can get to being a parasite without being a parasite. Pretty much on dry land, anyway. Like you think about World War I, those guys were living amongst rats. Rats, they'd be in little dugout rooms, and rats run through like their little trench. They would dig rooms out on the sides of the trenches, and rats, I mean, that's how filled with rats those trenches were. Whenever you know the trench was a dangerous place to be. The rats start stampeding. Ugh, it's disgusting. But no matter how disgusted that group of people, or how disgusting they can be, or how evil they can be, they're not all there's just a group of them are evil. They're not all evil, and they can't help to what ideology they were born into. But you do it is an old people and an old way of life, and it shows, that the how they think they're superior, and they've anointed themselves. They literally think that they've anointed themselves the messengers between God and humans. I seen a post today that said anybody who thinks that Jays should just be like everyone else, and that that they should be treated like everyone else, and that they are like everyone else, they're anti-Semites because they're not like they're better than everyone else. They're God's messengers to earth. And I'm thinking to myself like, oh, Okay, so you've written yourself as our superiors. Well, then what made the Germans so wrong about writing themselves as your superiors? You know, like just strikes me as ridiculous. Like all the stuff that Israel asserts, it's like a live by the sword, die by the sword way of life and culture because it's these might makes right arguments. And that is their argument is might makes right. That, you know, we decided we're your superiors. We wrote it down years ago or whatever. And we wrote down that this is our land. I mean, essentially, that's what they're saying. And it's like, man, they can't it's obvious they don't want to live amongst everybody else. They don't want to take their place in, you know, amongst us. They want to take they think they deserve a place above us. And that shit is galling. It really is. But you know, also that joint session of Congress, it is just nice to see that there's something that they can both sides will clap for. 'Cause it seems like most of the time they can never agree. They can never get along. And it pisses me off. Like they're not supposed to see each other as evil, hostile bandits and brigands and black. You know, that's just not the way it's supposed to be. And I wish they would take things a little bit more seriously. And just quit working. I have to resolder it later. Figures. You know, also, something else I was thinking about, and it really actually is kind of bothering me. You know, the red pill. I'm starting to realize that this was not a good idea. This is not a good ideology. This is not a good way to be. It's literally just the flip side of the coin as feminism. You know, it's like that ideology is what you would have if you agreed with feminism, the central premise, but you were just you were just a male feminist basically. And like all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, you know, this stuff has done a lot of damage. Like a lot of damage. And hopefully it can be fixed. And I didn't used to see it this way. See it I used to agree with the red pill, but and I still do to a certain degree. Like I know that there are people out there, women and men included, that are, you know, out there trying to take advantage of people or, you know, they're just women that want a free meal. Uh and the like, you know, stuff like that. Women that want a free meal, men that, you know, take advantage, you know, players, this, that, and the third. But people that are not in good faith. But then there come times where guys are like, women are genuinely looking for somebody to be with, and guys aren't real. They don't understand what it is, you know, what the woman's saying. It's like they're so ideologically confused, or they've been propagandized by something else different than most, not feminism. You know, they've been propagandized by the red pill. And all of a sudden they don't understand what what's going on. Like a woman is basically trying to get to know a guy and wants to have a traditional family, and the guy, because he's been so propagandized by this red pill stuff, he like doesn't realize, like he's obviously trying to, guys trying to date women, but totally misinterpret what's being told to them, or what the woman is getting at. And like, what a shame. I wanted to show y'all something. Show it. Huh, let's see. Okay. It was it's a little back and forth between a woman and a guy on a, I think, on a dating app. And it's just basically, it's a good, uh oh, I see. There we go. There we go. It's a good example of what I'm talking about. It's here. And really, I meant to start this off differently, but what does that look like to you guys? We ain't splitting any bills, sir. Oh, so what did you have in mind, ma'am? He's already got some disdain there. So what are you offering me? Or no, you got this, Mr. Tech Startup. I struggle to pay rent. Or what is it? I don't even know what those are called. Those emojis are called. So what are you offering me if I were to pay? Like, are you a hooker? Are you going to give me sex if I pay for your play? Yikes, I provide good company. Like, so do I. I've worked hard to get to where I am in life. Shame on you for trying to take advantage. I'd suggest the value menu at BK. What are women looking for in a traditional husband or traditional man? Somebody that's willing to step up and take responsibility and take care of them. Like, that's what she's saying when she's saying, we're not splitting any bills. I expect to be your wife. And this fucking idiot, it's just a shame because he didn't even know what she, obviously he didn't realize what was going on, but he said, immediately he's adversarial when really she's just trying to say, I see possibilities with you. And he throws back some back sass. Oh, so what did you have in mind, ma'am? Like, is she wrong for expecting this? Honestly, like, I want to see some answers from you guys. Is she wrong for expecting this? Maybe I don't think she even went. This kind of cuts it off, but like, I'm sure she didn't start off that way. There's more, I would imagine, but she's like saying, I like you, I see possibilities with you, and he just totally right over his head. He took it as her like trying to take advantage of him. But historically, she's just asking for what, and now I'm starting to get what men exactly, or what women mean when they say, I just want this, or where, and I agree with you, JQ. A lot of it is damaged. But what I'm saying is, let's not be blind here, or let's not be willfully blind. There, a third of women still believe and want traditional marriages. It's our responsibility, it's your responsibility to go out and get one. Am I wrong? It's still your responsibility. You who claim to love the white race, it's, and I'm in the boat with you. So, I'm not like, this is objective me just offering a legitimate criticism here. One, like, I'm trying to solve problems. You get what I'm saying? And it occurred to me that maybe we have been, or maybe I have been a little bit pig-headed, and just wanting to be contrarian, or wanting being spiteful. It may very well be the case. And if so, I'd like to not be that way in the future. Although I never, if I, you know, if a woman catches my eye, out and about, I don't think about feminism. Admittedly, I haven't approached in a while, but I don't think about feminism. I will if she starts treating me, if she starts talking about partners and this and that, then I will, but not just because she gave me attention. Like, it actually kind of brings to mind like the last time I can remember a woman hitting on me, or not hitting on me, but showing interest. She worked at a hotel, at a Hilton, actually. She worked at a Hilton that I was working at doing electrical. She was a brunette, but she had pretty blue eyes too. Like, and I didn't choke, but I certainly, when I think back, it's like, that was like, there's no doubt in my mind that she was definitely putting herself out there, doing everything but coming up to me and talking to me. Everything short of that. Like, as I was leaving, and then I guess it was around her time of leaving, and like she came out right behind me, or like as soon as I got in my truck and like sat down and got comfortable, there she came out, and she parked right behind me, and she sat there for a minute, and I was thinking, like, what the fuck is she waiting for? And in retrospect, yeah, she was waiting for me to come up to ask her out, or ask her for her number. But at the same time, it is what it is. I wasn't feeling it for whatever reason. What's up, Alex? Although she was quite attractive, I mean, it is what it is. I really wasn't in at the moment, I really wasn't in the right place, to be honest. But she had like a Lexus or a Benz, and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, I mean, obviously she knew what I did. She worked at the front desk, and I had to talk, like, I talked to her to get some information about the building or something like that, and she was just like, fluttering her eyelids, or her eyelashes, and just kind of giving me a look. But I was at work and whatnot. And I was there. I had a partner I was there doing electrical with. But a lot, this ideology, even the red pill ideology, the shit is corrosive, man. It's really corrosive. If it has, like, myself, I can say that it most certainly has made me less apt to pursue a woman, or to, that chick, she was into me, like, she was very, very interested. Like, when I think back, I'm like, geez, imagine how many times that's happened in the aggregate. Like, yeah, that's a lot of babies that haven't been born. And that, to me, that means red pill is corrosive as shit, because it's an ideology that is causing babies not to be born. Like, literally, for a fact, we know that at least one kid hasn't been born because of red pill. So it's like, man, like, I get it. It has a purpose. It's in the economy of ideas, the marketplace of ideas, but at the same time, it has a purpose, and like a good purpose. It's fighting for men, but at the same time, it's not the answer we're looking for. Like, that's a fact. It's not the answer to it's not actually an answer to what we're, cultural problems we're dealing with. It's not the answer at all. And we definitely need to keep that in mind. And, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with, with the stuff. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying it's not the answer. And we should not draw it like a gun. It shouldn't be our first reflex. Like I said, when a woman gets my attention, my first instinct isn't to think about feminism. Although must admit, lately, I've kind of default to it a lot faster than I used to. Start kind of negatively, pessimistically thinking about, what a bitch she probably, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, even just her car made me think, like, yeah, she has a Benz. I think I'm good. But that actually, what the fuck does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, especially, and actually, she was like kind of an interest that it wasn't just a passing interest. Like, I've seen that look in women before. They only make that look when they're really interested, not just meh, so so. No, they're really interested. And that kind of an interest leads to a good relationship, leads to a lasting relationship. You have to kind of find your woman that attractive, and she has to find you that attractive. It has to be somewhat downhill. There has to be something that makes it easy to something like a lubricant that helps with friction. Because living with somebody that's a roommate is hard enough. And if you're as intimate as lovers, you kind of got to like each other more than like and being attracted can overcome petty shit. Like, and that's why I say that. It does matter to a degree. You can it seems people can get through anything if they want to, and the attraction helps with that. But I just think this red pill stuff, I'm not saying it's bad. I still watch it, but let's take it with a grain of salt. Let's be a little bit more discerning. Like, this is, and really what the problem with this ideology is that it buys into the feminist stuff. Like the thing I was just showing, the little text exchange. That is the guy turning, she's saying, "Hey, let's have a partnership where you're in charge and I'm subordinate. Let me have your kids. Let me be your wife. Let me be your subordinate. I want you to be my superior, my protector, my provider. I want to have a house with you and you be at the head of the house." That's what that woman was saying. And the guy said, "No, I want to be your partner. We should split things 50-50." What? The woman is saying, "Yo, I want a man that's in charge, and I expect you to, to be in charge and to take on the head of the household and be the one that provides, the one that like she wants somebody that's going to protect her and that's going to she's not just going to be on her own with fear and all the problems to deal with. Like, and it makes sense. We need to start looking at things in the right from the right lens, right angle. And she's saying, "I want you to be above me in the hierarchy." And if she had said, "We're splitting things 50-50," I think you're an equal. I want to be your equal. Well, if a chick wants to be thinks that you're her equal, she doesn't see you as like her man, not in the traditional sense anyway. Like, as men, we we shuffle and we shuffle ourselves and arrange ourselves in a hierarchy. Women do the same thing, but they do it with how much attention they can attract. The higher or the more attention you can attract, the higher on the hierarchy you are. That's how women assert their dominance over other women, by being higher on the attention hierarchy. Because essentially, women, they have to secure resources and provisioning with their ability to get men's attention. So women have an innate desire to be at the center, or to be the center of attention. They they need, they want to be the center of attention for, for every situation, but you know we do monogamy to satisfy that need. Women need to be the center of someone's attention, so they get a man that is the center. And without that, then they try to assert themselves as the center of attention in all situations amongst all people. So you end up with, and then you end up with these women trying to, by giving women positive reinforcement when they do something that that lowers their chances of reproduction. Like if they wear makeup, they put on makeup that makes them look less attractive. Other women, oh wow, oh yeah, yeah, like women, they will, to in, increase them and their children's rates of reproduction. They will applaud another woman for the way they do their makeup, because it makes them look worse. Because the less attractive another woman or other women are, the more appealing she is by comparison. And that's how these things are done. Women, they can't do it with force. They can't do it with brute strength. So they do it, by means of socializing, more or less. They, like, I forget, you've seen those women that they get cosmetic surgery, and they go from a quite beautiful young woman, natural woman, and they start getting the plastic surgery, and they end up less beautiful, which is like heartbreaking. Like straight up, that is heartbreaking when you see like a really pretty, wifely, like just a sweet, uh innocent chick, and then and then you see, after, like, these actresses and stuff then get a bunch of work done. It's a tragedy, really. And we know, there's this idea of or toxic femininity is starting to emerge. Yeah, where women, like, you know yes, queen and stuff, applauding each other when they damage their attractiveness, or they damage their sexual marketplace value. And I mean, it's just like, and some guys adopt those, like Hassan Piker. He strikes me as a kind of he doesn't go about things in a very masculine way. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100% on that, Robin. I think it's an absolute tragedy. I think that no matter what, women look better naturally than they do with these I mean, they become caricatures. Like Madonna and stuff, she was like a goddess. Like, really, I mean, when it comes to like sexual, uh her her prowess, and I mean, she really was like a superstar. And she was young too. She wasn't very old, and she was like, I think in her teens, early 20s when she got famous. And I remember she did a Playboy where she had like armpit hair in the Playboy. She was totally natural, and it was like exceptionally sexy. Like, and what a shame, because she went from that, like, literally like Aphrodite, just peak sexuality, feminine sexuality, purely natural, didn't even shave her armpits, nothing, and pulled it off. And now I think she had some of it reversed or something, but still, it's like, the guy who took a claw hammer to the Pietà by Michelangelo. Or it'd be like, taking a Sharpie marker to the Mona Lisa. I mean, it's just like, oh my God, what are you doing? It should be a crime. I mean, that's the way it feels to me. Like, this is a tragedy. I know not everybody is going to necessarily agree with me, but I just there's something there. I mean, and being a man, like, well, no shit, men are going to find them particularly beautiful, but there's something there that's I don't think it's an innocence, but like the plastic surgery, it's just like slapping God in the face. It's like, what are you doing? How could you do such a thing? And I get when, I even think like I knew this Persian girl that my little brother went to school with, and I was at a party with him, one of his high school, like when they graduated, a party, which was many years ago, and she was Persian. She had like she wasn't a twin sister, but she was like only a year younger. And the older sister, her name was Yasmin, and she had like kind of light hair. She had the same hair color that Anna Kasparian has. It was light, which I thought they just had dark hair and dark features. She had brown eyes, but she had light hair. Well, she had a little bit of a Persian nose, a little bit of a Middle Eastern nose, and she got a nose job. And I remember just thinking, man, she was still beautiful, like she was. She was very attractive, uh, and just the way she carried herself, and how uh, just the way she was very attractive and beautiful, and she got that done, and maybe it does make her, maybe she does look a little bit more English or Anglican. But I just think it's like, first of all, your genes are still the same, so you can't stop that. You can change the way you look, you can alter your appearance so that people can't tell or can't see your phenotype. But it wasn't even that bad. But it also, to me, it shows kind of a weakness or a vanity that I would be ashamed of. I would be ashamed to, like, and also a social conformity. Like, good lord, man, how could you be any more conformist? Could you be any, although, and I know, I get that's women's, that they need that, that's a part of their social structures. But I just feel like it's a little unhealthy, and it wasn't like, I've seen some women that get nose jobs done where it's almost comical the way their nose is. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I get that to a certain degree, but it's like, maybe I don't understand because I haven't never dealt with anything like that really, but I just feel like there's something about it. It's like, that's your own opinion of yourself. Like, it just shows how beaten down somebody gets, and how damaged their own self-esteem gets. Where like they have to alter themselves, like, good lord, how could, like, and they wouldn't have felt that way if the culture didn't make them feel that way. If they had lived in Persia 1,000 years ago, they would have never felt that self-consciousness. I think it's a damn shame. It really is. Like I said, her nose, it was pretty, honestly. I mean, maybe when she gets older, it wouldn't have been as pretty. I don't know, but and that can happen, but something about it. Like, and also, we're lucky to be in kind of an Anglo-centric world. Imagine if we were in a China-centric world, or a Sino-centric, where they were the archetype of beauty. I wouldn't be as attractive. I wouldn't be considered as attractive as I am. And a lot of guys wouldn't. A lot of white guys, basically what I'm saying, And I would hope that I wouldn't feel like that, or I wouldn't let that get to me. I mean, who knows, but there's something about that it just doesn't sit right with me. One should be proud of where they come from, and proud of their people and what their people look like. I think the person that I would shame is the person that gave in to the social, the peer pressure. That's the person that's deserving of shame, not the person who wears their culture on their sleeve. I mean, to my mind, anyhow. Like I remember my dad when I was younger saying, because I remember having this argument with him about race, basically. We were talking about it, and I was arguing that it looks like people are just going to end up as one big herd of brown people. We're just going to all interbreed and intermingle until we're just brown. We're just all ones. We're goobacks from South Park. If you goobacks, ain't the car there. But I remember like having this argument with him, and he could get frustrated if in an argument, and it was frustrating him that I didn't see it his way. But he was like, no, I see it differently. I think it's going to continue separating, and we're only going to get more and more distinct. And I was thinking, how can you think that? But now that I've gotten older and seen a little bit more, I actually agree with him. I was talking about somebody I knew when I was younger, but I actually agree with him now. I don't think that we're just going to end up as one big monoculture that's all just mixed in. I don't see any evidence for that at all. I mean, in the 60s, maybe you could have said, well, the future looks bright. Like with the way things are going, that's the logical conclusion. But that's not how I see it at all. I don't think that's the logical conclusion, not remotely, not even close to the logical conclusion. Like I don't when I think about it, I don't I wouldn't marry I have specific standards. But and I notice this a lot of people like I don't think mixed race couples I actually don't think I haven't seen any data, and I have no reason to believe that there are any more of them today than there were in the 60s actually. Like people used to think that white women didn't like black guys because of society and social peer pressure and stuff, which oh whoops, which I think I can agree with some of that to a degree that was the case because I mean I understand how culture was back then. People would get exiled from their families, estranged. But I don't think that's the case. I know there's still some peer pressure, there's some social pressure against it, but not to the point where anybody's exiled or thrown out of families or anything like that. It's a reasonably somewhat common occurrence, but you don't see it that often. Like everybody knows a couple, it seems like if you have a community, there's usually one couple of a interracial. Like I used to see a chick that her two kids she had with a dude. I think he was Japanese or Korean, and she was blue-eyed and auburn hair. And actually, one of her daughters, you couldn't even tell she was Asian. I think he was half Asian, actually. Um, but it has become somewhat common. But it doesn't seem to be getting more common. Not at all, actually. Yeah, well, what's funny is it's that you actually have it backwards, Roxy. Usually, it's an Irish woman and an Italian father. That's typically the pairing that you see between like I remember my dad saying this too that Italian men loved Irish women. And I think they do to a certain degree. Like even uh an Irish man like you say also the other way around. Like Henry Hill's parents in Goodfellas, his mom was Italian, or she was Sicilian. His old man was Irish. Uh and that kind of is because they actually they're Irishmen, Irish people, they are quite different from everybody else. I mean, they have the most redheads of any nation in the world. I mean, they even look different to Englishmen or other Europeans. So they look quite a bit different than Italians, but I wouldn't say it's another race so much. But you don't see black women, and although I think more than in the past, white men with black women, it seems to be that is actually just as common as the other way around. And I've noticed like I've seen that, and maybe that's just because of social media and the internet making it more public and more, easily readily available to see. But I honestly don't see convergence. I think white people prefer white people, black people, and black people as well. They don't like white people, and they shame their family members that step outside of race. What's up, Roxy, Bud, and Robin? Thank you for the donation, the flower, Robin. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's kind of yeah, that's what I'm getting at a little bit there, Roxy. It's not that it can't happen, but and that there aren't exceptions. Like I've been with an Asian chick. I've been outside. I've been with women that weren't white. Been with a Turkish woman. It was probably the most exotic. But it can happen, but I don't see, like, it's not happening on wholesale. Like most people, like I prefer white women. I just do. And I've been with a beautiful Asian woman, beautiful Turkish women. I just prefer white women. And it's kind of it's I don't want to it's not like a security blanket, but definitely there's an element of comfort to it. Like I think white women just remind me of my mother more. And like the way that white women show affection reminds me of my mother. And there's a certain amount of it's soothing to a certain degree. Whereas I didn't get that same feeling from Asian women or any other women. And I like that. It's a big deal to me. I think it matters too. There's a lot that matters. Like the sound of a woman's voice. Oh my goodness, that like over the older I get, the more that matters. Like whoa, the more that matters. I mean, Nick, I've heard men and women that just whoa, their voice just couldn't deal with it. Just had to get away from it. Like women with Scotch voices. Yeah. Although like I was watching Singing in the Rain last night with Gene Kelly and Donald O'Connor and Debbie Reynolds, and struck me, man, she has such a pretty voice. Like I mean, like lull me to sleep voice. And I was just thinking to myself when I was watching, I was like, oh my God, I hope I find a woman like that. Like she's such a sweet voice. Truly. Yeah, and like I was saying before, I think we need to start rethinking all this red pill stuff because same thing, I would say the exact same thing about feminism. It's no good. And I think the red pill, it's evolved as this answer or this rebuttal to feminism, but it doesn't solve any problems. Like it's really starting to bother me now. Like especially when I had the realization that I wasn't able to understand what a woman was getting at sometimes. Like with that text exchange, the woman is clearly asking for this guy to step up and be her man, like in charge, to be her superior, to be the guy who protects her and provides for her. And the guy just totally, it just goes right over his head and he thinks she's just trying to steal from him. And it's like, oh my God, no. Like that's what I feel when I see that. Like, no way. I mean, because that's genuinely what she didn't say, I want a partner. She's like, I want a 50-50 partner. No, she's like, I expect you to take care of me, and in the whole idea, like, what's the point of making money? Like in the way this guy behaved, like I've worked my whole life and I've worked hard to earn this money, thank you very much. And it's like, well, why though? Why did you earn the money? Why did you work hard? Why did you put all that effort in? ostensibly, it's so that you can provide for a wife and children. I mean, I thought that's what it was. I thought that's what the goal of it was. Like there's like no, but I don't make money just to make money, just so that I can twist my mustache like a miser, like a Scrooge McDuck. Like, no, no. There's only so much you can buy. Like, and I really do think like I wouldn't need money if I didn't want a family. I wouldn't really care. Like you can only have so much crap and you can't take it with you and it's not going to love you back, more or less. And the whole point of it all is to settle down. And I was thinking about this too. I forget what author said this or who said this, but they were saying how it's hard for people to love themselves. And like the way they put it, I was thinking, like relationships when you have a wife or you fall in love with somebody, it's like because like instead of loving ourselves, we find a mate and we love them as much as we love ourselves in the hopes that they love us for ourselves. Like rather than you being absorbed in yourself and vain and just buying all the shit you want and being selfish, you pour that into somebody else. And if you do it right, they will pour the same thing back into you. So you don't need to be a selfish, vain loser or selfish, vain jackass or bitch. Have your pick. You can you can love other people and still get the same care and the same just get your needs met. And it kind of struck me how beautiful that idea is, and but this author, that was my point, but the author, on a side note, the author was just saying that we love other people just to kind of make sure that we can be loved. Like, we need somebody else to love us, and it reassures us that we're deserving of love or something like that. I think there is something to that too. Like it's obviously you have to do that if you want the species to carry on, but there's something beautiful about that, like that you just it allows people to not be selfish but still get what they need from other people in life. Like that's kind of cool. My mind anyway, how that goes. And, I mean, it's so complex. There's so much depth to it. You could analyze people forever and never exhaust depth, never exhaust the beauty of it and different aspects. I the all the turmoil we're going through right now. It's a tragedy, but I think the negativity and the resentment, because the red pill thing, and that shit is resentment, and it's just resentment, and like Christianity is supposed to, we're not supposed to be resentful, like, and that's Christianity is supposed to keep people from becoming bitter and resentful, and we're like starting to that's starting to happen, but not just for others, but like for our own women, like between us and our women. Like this, it's not good. It's not good at all. I don't know. I just feel like modernity altogether, it's just no fucking good, man. It just seems no good, at least the current moment. And I seen some this guy talking about Iran on Napolitano's show. The guy was saying that when Iran revolted against the Shah, that they weren't revolting against the Shah necessarily. They were revolting against modern Western society. And we definitely they did have they in the 60s their women wore bikinis and stuff. So they had modern culture. and they decided it was no good, and they didn't want it, and they didn't want it so bad they threw us out. They threw us out of the country, and they're willing to die before they allow that stuff into their culture. And I just thought that was kind of like how prescient of them, how observant of them that they were able to see how damaging it really has it's become damaging to us. It really has. And they were the ones to see it first. Really, that's how it feels to me anyway. They were the first ones to see it. They were the first ones to say, "No, we don't want this anymore. Leave us alone." I mean, I guess I'm just kind of looking back over regrets or over mistakes and sort of lamenting them a little bit, not much, but I definitely had to take pause when I saw that exchange and just realize that we're talking past each other, men and women. Like the fact noticed there's a lot more people in here than there were before. Yeah, I was looking at this earlier, this back and forth, this text chain between this man and this woman, and it hit me that this guy's an idiot, that she's asking, she's sees this guy as a potential serious mate, and she wants him to step up and be a husband, be a man. And instead, he totally dismisses her, and just the her entire uh uh her effort to communicate what she wanted just went right over his head. And she kind of communicated it pretty poorly, and so did he. Like, they were kind of being both being bitchy here. We ain't splitting any bill. Although I'm sure she said that in just in good fun, lightheartedness. But then when he comes back with this smart ass, he's got to be a smart ass about it here. And she's like, you're doing really well. I can see things going far with you. Your husband material. I don't want to go 50-50 with my husband. I want a man who can take care of me and my kids. Like, I don't want a guy who's going to quibble with me about fucking going half and half, because if we have kids, you're going to be paying for shit. Like, like that's the way marriages go. And the woman is doing her part. She's playing her role. That is a woman's role. This woman, although she does it a little clumsily, that is her role. She's playing her feminine role. She wants this guy to be the masculine and step up and be a good man. And he just totally doesn't understand, has no clue. It's like she's just hurled an insult at him. Yeah, and I mean, I agree. No, I agree with you, ladies. I'm just saying how it looks to men, because how it looks to me, it just looks like it was a little bit clumsy there when she says we ain't splitting any bills. But what she was essentially trying to say was, I see serious potential in you, and like relationships are kind of what's up, bud? But relationships are kind of like a trial run of a marriage. And if you're going to be the head of a household, you kind of have to take the lead and pay for it, step up and fund a family. It's your family. You have to fund it. And he just totally, I mean, and this is a detriment to us because this isn't either of their fault. Neither of them are responsible for this, for their exchange here. They've both been propagandized out the wazoo. Although she is most certainly she's more playing her role. She's doing exactly what I would hope she was doing. She's saying, "Hey, I see a potential in you. We could be something serious." And he just like, and I don't I think they're both in good faith, but he just, like me, I would have seen this in a bad way. I would have reacted poorly, which is a damn shame. And I realized that, I need an attitude adjustment here. But like what I would be bothered what we should be bothered with is if she came out of the gate saying, I'm looking for a partner. We're going to split things 50-50. Okay, she's looking for an equal. She's looking for some beta cuck, like not looking for me. And that's what I'm saying here is the kind of guy that I am, I just couldn't have it any other way. Like I'm not looking for an equal. I'm not gay. I'm not looking for an equal. Like I'm just not. And that's the way I was brought up and what I want. And I'm entitled to want what I want, and I'll pay the concert. I'll pay the cost to have what I want. But, he's essentially soliciting her for prostitution. Like she's taught, and I think that's kind of sucks. Like, bro, you're basically calling her a prostitute, or you're soliciting her to, you know, you're soliciting like this contractual relationship or like a hookup. You're not looking to date anybody, bro. Keep moving. That's how it looks. The way he answered is, I just want to stay single and have a good time. She is not looking for a hookup. He sort of is. At least, and honestly, I don't think he is looking for a hookup, but I think he's just been so changed. I mean, he's not reacting how a normal man would act. Yeah, usually JQ, it seems that way. I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is not a good thing. This is not what we want. This does not lead to a thriving society and thriving culture. And the guy, he is at fault here. She is doing just what she should be doing. Like, and she says, "Yikes, I provide good company." She's saying, "Yeah, I'm not a hooker, asshole. That's not what I'm talking to you for." And that's why she says, "Yikes." She's saying, "Look, like that's not the relationship. That's not the understanding. That's not the way of life that that's not what I'm looking for. That's not the understanding and the relationship that I want. I want a traditional man, wife, children, hierarchically ordered in that order, man, woman, children." And it just goes right over his head. And I feel like that is probably exactly what this guy is looking for, because it's feminist to want 50-50. But he has been that red pill, this male feminist red pill ideology is so corrosive. It's convinced him that he should want 50-50. Nah, nah, that is no good, man. It's no good. That's not what any of us want. But we're letting, like, a third of our women don't subscribe to this feminism bullshit. And like I said earlier, it is mine and your job as a man to go find one of those women and secure one. It's to go get one of those women, one of those one third. I mean, unless, you're not like an average guy, that's what we're here to do. Now, some of those women, like I said, the other two thirds, you know, they do believe in a lot of that garbage, but one third doesn't. It's our responsibility to make sure every one of those women has a husband. I mean, that's ideal anyway. That would be ideal. But it's important that we make sure that we keep pointed to true north. It's easy to get spun around and get pointed in the wrong direction. Like this guy, he's just misguided. He's misguided. He doesn't realize what he's talking about 50-50 with this woman. He's like talking like a cuck. Why would you want to go 50-50 with your woman? It makes no sense. Like that's not the kind of life that I want, man. It's not the kind of household that I would want. Like no, not at all. But it's a like I'm and I kind of was like kind of sent a shiver up my spine thinking about how many guys watch that garbage, like, and how many guys must have done the same thing. How many kids haven't been born because of this? Like, we shouldn't let ideology spoil us either. Turns out a lot of women are spoiled by ideology. They've imbibed from the cultural well, and we're not happy about it because you know, it's not conducive to reproduction in a coherent and thriving society. But we can't fall for the same tricks and the same like that New Statesman article said, in England anyway, women have a much uh less positive view of men versus men and women. Well, women's point of view and their outlook on us, that's their responsibility. That's their problem. We didn't do anything. And we can't help their feelings and their ideology and outlook. We can only control our own. And I just think before we needn't let this stuff radicalize us because you look what it's doing to the other side. Like we need to be like able to help them, and we need to be thinking clearly. So when something like this, like when a woman says something like that, we need to be able to decipher and understand what it is that she's communicating to us. Because running her off is not a good. That's not good. I wonder how late Nick is intending on coming on tonight. Out his he hasn't sent out his message yet. I was just checking right quick. No, he didn't send it out yet. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm just the video I was watching earlier about this stuff. Old Carl Benjamin. He put it. He actually put it. He touched on. It's not a long video or anything. He touched on a couple things that I not really able to articulate as well as he did. It's
manifests differently between men and women. And the fact that men and women, intrasexual competition, and how it manifests differently between men and women. And the fact that men and women have different ways of socializing and they don't understand one another. This is a fascinating post by Madeleine Hansen. I've never met a right wing man who wasn't desperately, perversely submissive. Desperate to obey, desperate to conform, desperate to please a man they considered superior to them, desperate to have their thoughts and views told to them by another guy. Now, this is a remarkable statement because it reveals everything. Why women have such trouble forming stable groups and hierarchies is one of those things. Men, being naturally hierarchical creatures, form hierarchies of competence in whatever domain they're operating in, with the most competent men being at the top of the hierarchy. And the less competent men, again, this doesn't have to be like manual labor or dexterity or something. It could be, fame. It could be whatever, just having got promotions or whatever it is. But the ones below understand their place in the hierarchy, and therefore the male hierarchy can work. It can function. Ladies don't think like that. So there's a certain kind of mindset that women have that I've noticed over the years, which is there's an underlying desire to be the sole center of attention. Because for men, being a functional cog in a machine guarantees security, guarantees prosperity. But for a woman, it is drawing resources to themselves through attention seeking that actually guarantees security and attention. Now, society solves this by monogamous marriage. Yeah, okay, you can draw the resources of one man to yourself, and in exchange, you'll give him a family and children, and he will he will monopolize the availability of you for sex. And that makes sense. That allows that woman to feel like she is the center of someone's universe. And this is something that a lot of women desire. In fact, when it's not being applied in a monogamous relationship, it becomes a bit weird, where you've got women engaging in intersexual competition to ensure that they're the only woman who can really become the center of any universe. And you see this in this sort of trend here. This woman here, for some reason, she made herself far less attractive, in my opinion. But the ones underneath were like, oh, the makeup suits you so much. You look brilliant. Yeah, that's going to be, and this is just like an example, but there's so many examples of this, where women will sabotage other women to make sure the attention is coming to them and not to that other girl. And any woman who's fooled by this false flattery just doesn't understand that there is a hierarchical game being played here. It's just a game for personal supremacy. And it's got very different rules to the rules that men's hierarchical status games are played. And you see this in like Sabrina Carpenter. Like I find Sabrina Carpenter a fascinating thing, because I've never heard a man be like, oh yeah, Sabrina Carpenter's a babe. It's not to say she's not attractive, like pretty, in the same way like a statue could be pretty. But I just don't see any men like lusting over her. It seems to be that her fan base is basically all women. And as you can see here, call men stupid in every possible way you can. Well, that's a status game being played against other women. Make yourself hateful to all the men around you so I can gain the attention and you won't gain that attention. So, okay, well, a lot of women fall for this sort of thing. But again, it goes back to this sort of thing where it's like, well, hang on. Why would you not want to sit comfortably in a hierarchy? Well, because essentially all women have this kind of queen bee desire, and they fight one another in order to attain it. Now, men are dramatically different to this. Men are honestly pack animals. Men are a lot more like a pack of dogs than women are like cats. And the cats all might agree, yeah, we're better than the dogs. But then you've got the question of, well, are we better than one another? And I mean, false flattery is a terrible thing I see women engaging in. But like I said, men are very different, right? So here's Hassan Piker talking about that Pragmata game where you get to be a soldier or whatever, and you're looking after a little girl android. And this is Hassan's instant reaction to it. Instant reaction.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy.
What a fucking
If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like,
because
this is not something that you're going to experience ever for your life.
So that is a fascinating take on this. Notice how Hassan instantly goes to the status game. Right? No, you are an unfuckable loser. You are never going to achieve this thing. And therefore, I'm going to do the opposite of the woman in the hierarchy. Like the woman here has made it so that the woman who is otherwise quite high in the hierarchy here has reduced herself. And Hassan, and so she, through false flattery, has reduced herself. Hassan has done it through insults. He is declaring himself to be higher on the hierarchy than the unfuckable loser. Why would you want to? I mean, hey, it's just
the unfuckable loser.
Hassan, right? It's instant, like just Hassan, people want what they don't have.
What's up, buddy?
Weirdly enough, you don't spend a lot of time pining for the thing that you already have.
Right?
And he's acting like...
Strikes me as that is a particularly salient point. Like, bro, nobody spends their time pining over shit they already have, other than rich people and their money.
Oh, you're a gamer, and therefore, like, nature has made you into this thing, and so you will never have a desire for anything else. Like, that's mental, Hassan. But notice how he's basically just essentially abusing his own audience. Like, any of them who feel paternal instincts are being told by Hassan, no, you are a fucking loser because you haven't already achieved this thing, and therefore there's no point trying to achieve this thing. Because what does this do? This creates a hierarchy of competition.
He's just doing what the women
The guy
do.
becomes the leader in a hierarchy of his own. Well, that's not good because Hassan's busy sucking his resources out through, subscriptions or whatever on Twitch.
Here, give me a super
and
chat.
putting himself at the top of that pyramid. He doesn't want you doing that. Obviously, he doesn't want you doing that. And this is what Madeline fails to understand. This isn't a right-wing thing. This is just a man thing. This is just what men are like. Desperate out of their thoughts.
It's called
we respect
playing well with others. You know, if a corporation wants to, make money, the men have to accept their place in the corporation hierarchy and have to do good work and provide, be productive. And so, of course, we look for our superiors, look for their, for their accolades, for them to be pleased with us. Well, no shit. That whether or not they're pleased with our performance is how much we like. That has an effect on how much money we earn. Like, duh.
Right? We respect when other people know something and have something to teach us. And we all do it, by the way, and often, age or competence coincide on this. But the first thing Hassan does is attack status. And he attacks it in a way that honestly just doesn't exactly make him look good. But it is at least a recognizably male attempt to hold people down. On the other side of this, there's this. This is an exchange that I saw going around Twitter today, and the simp police failed to understand what is actually happening.
By the way, I'm not the only one to show this video. I've seen like 3 or 4 other people show it. And I tried to put it in my own words, but I don't know. I just think he did a more complete. I'm not on it
in the
tonight.
same way that the
I don't know why.
women sabotaging each other and Hassan trying to sabotage his own audience, trying to make sure that you're just a gamer simp who'll never get a woman, so donate to me.
What a jackass.
In the same way, the man that she's talking to has so internalized the sort of modern equalitarian feminist doctrines through the lens of the red pill that they failed to understand what this woman's asking for and what he's supposed to be doing, right? So she says, we ain't splitting any bills, sir. And he says, oh, what did you have in mind, ma'am? You got this Mr. Tech startup. I struggle to pay rent. So what are you offering?
What's crazy, like when she says, sir, like that's a sign of deference. She's like showing him respect, and he like gets smart with her and says, ma'am, like, bro, this woman obviously is interested in you. Like, fuck, man, learn how to take a compliment.
I would pay. Yikes, I provide good company, she says.
W.
So do I. I worked hard to get to where I am in life. Shame on you for trying to take advantage. I suggest the value meal at BK. Right. You failed to understand what she's asking for here. Weirdly enough, you're surprisingly close to Madeleine's position here, in that you don't think there should be a hierarchy and you don't think you should be at the top of it. Because what she is saying to you here is, are you going to take ownership of me? So, for example, I assume he asked her out on the date.
I didn't know that, Sheila.
Why would splitting bills even come up? What you're signaling to her there is, oh, we're equals. That's not what she's looking for. And that's not what you should be projecting. Obviously, she's not paying the bill for your date, right? And now don't get me wrong, I appreciate there are going to be a lot of guys going, yeah, but there are a lot of terrible women out there who are just going to take advantage of me for my money. And yeah, sure. There are, and this is just part of the risk of dating, right?
It's always been that way.
And being in relationships, you're gonna find those people who are not like extending the hand for you to receive what you're actually looking for. But when you do find that one that does, I mean, maybe this girl's being completely forthright about her
maybe in good
intentions.
faith.
When you find that one who does, you're going to send the wrong signal by saying, well, actually, I want to approach you on an equalitarian basis. I want you to think of us as being equal, and therefore we'll split the bill. And like,
I'm good.
you won't think of yourself as being taken in by what I'm doing. This is very formal. And it's like, no, that's and his implication here is that she basically be a prostitute. It's like, well, I'm going to pay for the dinner. What are you doing? And the implication being like, well, obviously, I'm going to have sex with you. So just get a hooker, man. That's what you're after. That's what you're treating her like.
Yep.
You should be essentially heading this right off at the pass. Like, oh, what, we ain't splitting any bills. What do you have in mind? She's not a whore. You're meant to be taking ownership of her. That's what she's actually asking for there. And this is what this woman is trying to comment on. It's like, look, being at the head of a hierarchy means you take ownership over the things that are beneath you. And so you're there to help them, to protect them, to guide them, to provide for them if necessary. And that's what she's asking for. She's not a prostitute. You're not supposed to be dating a prostitute. What you're meant to be doing is saying, of course, I'm going to pay for that. And you're going to join me in doing the thing that I'm suggesting that we do. As in, I have a direction in life that I intend to travel, and you're going to incorporate her into that. And that's what she's asking for, by the way. So, no, I don't want this bill split. You know, I want to be brought into someone's life so I can be the wife.
I like what you're doing. Let me come along with on the ride, you know? I'll be your helpmate, as they say. And it's kind of a beautiful way to look at it, you know? Like, and it's also flattering as all hell. You know, like, women only do that when they, you know, actually see something in you of value, like something worth trusting, somebody worth relying upon.
Presumably
it's a
the
big
mother,
deal.
Presumably the housewife, the person who takes care of
Not to be sneezed at.
That's what she's asking for there. And this guy is so polluted by modernity. And so this entire account, men are starting to know their worth. No, he's not. No, if you're not understanding this at all. You're viewing men's worth only through money. And he says, well, I've worked hard to get where I am in life. Yeah, no shit.
That's a problem.
Like, well done. Like, you're not going to get a pat on the back for that. Why are you acting like you are soliciting a prostitute rather than courting? Right? You have to show that actually your eminence, your magisterium, extends all around you and to people beneath you, so she can trust that you are competent and can take care of things and can deal with things. So when there is a crisis, she's not on her own and afraid. You are in some way superior to her on this, and you can deal with it.
That's not her speciality.
And in exchange, she will open herself up to you in the way that I think that isn't actually what you want, but don't know how to communicate. And so actually, I think it's the man who's really dropped the ball on this.
Kinda, yeah.
And it's because this woman is actually trying to move into the sort of mode that this woman is criticizing. Like this woman, I assume, isn't engaging in this kind of intersexual competition, and actually has some idea of what she wants from a man. And that's a good thing, actually. You would think having a woman who knows what she wants from a man is actually a good thing. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate, she could just be using you for a female. Yeah, okay. That's life.
That's a particularly pessimistic and negative way to look at things, and especially look at the women that you're interested in. I don't think that's really all that helpful. And I get that we just have, you know, that our particular culture has just we've been bludgeoned with ideology our entire lives. But like, man, let's not lose sight of the prize, shall we? I mean, let's keep our eye on the prize, gentlemen. You know, the goal is to have kids and start a family and stuff. And I get what you ladies are saying, like, you know, the women can, you know, create a home and stuff. But like, the fact of the matter is both the man and the woman want to have kids. And they're like joining forces to those ends, to accomplish those goals. And you both have different resources that you're kicking in. And I see it more of like a team, and it's like, like we're not doing this for each other. We're doing it for somebody else, like kids, more or less. Like all that work is to have a family and have kids and be successful at it, as well as it is taking care of each other. But I guess I kind of strip it down to more like it's like the bare essential needs, like to provide for kids and stuff. And there is a comfort there that women provide, no doubt. But I mean, we're also going to look at it differently. I actually don't see a woman as that. I don't see a woman as sex or as chores being done. But I do. There is some like the soothing nature of women. That kind of I see that, but I actually just I don't know, I just see somebody who can do all the things that I suck at really well. Really, that's how I see a woman. Like, they're attractive, and I also see potential connections and stuff, but a lot of it is like I'm just not good at the things women are good at. Never have been. Just not. Like my older brother, he's like awesome cook, and like he bakes the best cookies like ever. And my mom's a good baker, but I just have never had those skills, and I value those skills. I really do. And like also I remember like, you know, girls that I grew up with, their rooms would always be so cool inside. Like they're so over decorated almost. And I was thinking about it, I was like, that's just like how women are. That's what they do with a home. And there's a reason why boys' rooms are just like holes, it's like a hut or a cave. And girls, it's like, holy crap. It's like nice. Even, a 10-year-old girl that has a pretty nice room. Like it's well decorated, it's inviting, it's comfortable, organized, clean, and it's cute. Like I never realized that before growing up, that why I always thought they were so cool. Although I had a few buddies that had not, they had organized rooms and all the toys and whatnot. But yeah, I just see somebody who I get, like they say, completes me, because I like there's a whole section of life that I just suck at. I just suck at it, and I kind of a lot of it like and a lot of like the cliche sort of caricature of men. We can live in an apartment with a lawn chair and a flat screen and a PS5, which is true. That's true, absolutely. Facts. And that's true because we'll just go without a lot of things. Like I just don't care enough about a lot of things. Now they're nice. A lot of things they're nice to have, but it's just like I'm focused on other things. And and also, I've gotten a lot better at things as I get older. I'm not nearly as helpless as I once was as like a kid, but it just seems to come so naturally to women. And like I suck so bad. Like it's the bane of my existence. And I love working on cars and stuff like that. I really like that. I've never hired a mechanic in my entire life ever. Not to toot my own horn, but like that's how I really enjoy it. That's what I'm good at. I'm just not good at I don't mind dishes though, actually. Like I remember washing dishes when I was like 16. And like it's kind of like being in the shower or mowing the lawn. I just like zone out and just like think really intensely. Okay. Perhaps maybe I am. Oh well. I'm not paying for fucking OnlyFans or anything. If I'm a simp, that's, my own problem. And no, it's not that I'm a simp. Maybe I am a simp, but it's just if that's if that's what being a simp is being a fucking moron, then yeah. or not being a moron, yeah, then I'm a simp because like Carl says is saying, this makes sense. Like there is a purpose to things. And just being bitter and spiteful doesn't help anything. Like, do you love white culture? Then you have fucking kids. Because if you don't have kids, obviously you don't love it that much, you know. And if that's being a simp, oh fucking well. Like, okay,
That's the way things are, and I'm sure it happened plenty of times to me when I was young. And I'm sure it's worse now, though. Don't get me wrong. But there is a kind of form that you're supposed to be moving into, and what this does is raises you higher on this hierarchy. And if you don't do that,
married men are higher on the hierarchy than unmarried men, pretty much, unless you're like some fucking badass stock trader, hot shots, doing some shit like that. Yeah, you're lower on the hierarchy than, you know, a landscaper with a family. Pretty much. Like that dude is more successful at life than you are. And I am, you know, I don't have any kids. Like that is like I'll die on that hill. I would rather have kids than a fortune. I mean, I'm not going to spoil my life over it. I don't think that's necessary. But you know, there's a reason why that's stuff like people have historically seen that as purpose. If you have a family, you don't need money, more or less. You know, I mean, you need some money, but you don't need you don't need to be wealthy.
allow yourself to be like, compressed down from the very feminine view of Hassan Piker or the sort of like, Sabrina Carpenter bitchy status games nonsense without actually raising yourself up the hierarchy by doing the things that put you at the top, then you're never going to get ahead in life. And so I genuinely find this deeply inappropriate. Like, it should be assumed you're going to pay for it, but then you will be able to assume a far greater number of things after that. Obviously, my wife doesn't pay for things. She never paid for a date when we were dating. Obviously, I'm paying for these things, but there are expectations on her too. And that's what this is trying to break. The idea that there should be expectations.
Yeah, you know, this is
It's
a
like, no,
good
you don't.
point here. She is trying to trick men into making themselves unappealing to men. That's what she's doing with this. She's saying, call all men stupid, you know, in every possible way you can. Well, that's a good way to make sure that you never date a man or that you never have a relationship with a man. That's really low down, just snake way of going, ugh,
Want a girl
disgusting.
boss, man. You don't want a girl boss. You don't want to be a little bitch like Hassan Piker, and you don't want to be like this sort of misty-eyed, like strange female hierarchy, like weird status games that women play with one another, right? What you need to be doing is forming like proper, stable, wholesome relationships by playing the appropriate role for your sex. And she is actually playing the appropriate role for her sex there.
Yeah, that's the
And
point
the
I was
man
trying
isn't.
to make.
So anyway, I just thought
She's
talk
in
about
the
this
right,
for a
not
bit,
him.
because and I realize that it's going to be controversial. I'm going to get pushed back on it. I always do. I talk about these things, but I
One of
think
the
I'm
problems
right.
with a lot of
I think that basically there's no point asking women to understand why men form stable and strong hierarchies that are productive and reliable, right? Because remember, men's hierarchies are formed during war, right? They are formed from the animal instincts, the primal instincts to be on the hunt, to be in war, to be in danger. And so this is why, and again, she will never understand, because of course women's instincts are not formed from a position of being in danger. So of course she doesn't understand.
No, I get what you're saying, Krieger. This is just an example because this has happened in my own life. With the text change where it just starts off on a shit foot, misunderstandings and stuff, and then it just, you know, you go kind of huffing and puffing, or just, you know, it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And I can guarantee that I've definitely misunderstood a woman's uh what she was trying to convey to me. And maybe was her fault, maybe it was my fault, but it was definitely the ideology is at fault. The ideology is the reason. And I'm just saying, let's be aware of this so we don't misunderstand good faith uh, good faith opportunities. Because maybe that woman wasn't in good faith. Maybe she was just looking for a free meal or some shit. But like I was saying, a third of the women in our society want a traditional family and traditional household, and we need to be worrying
And
about them.
again, the status games that Hassan plays, very, very female. No, I'm going to denigrate you. I'm going to push you down because that's how I maintain my status, which is precisely the same as this, just done honestly, a more honest way because Hassan doesn't understand what the game is here. But it's the same thing. The status game of dragging someone else down. Whereas what she's asking is for you to step up into the frame so things can be pulled upwards, so life can get better for both of you. And who knows how this would have gone if he had not had this hyper defensive posture where he's like, oh no, every woman has to be my equal and split the bills or basically be a prostitute. It's like, that is not going to fix anything. That's not going to make any relationships work. And it doesn't matter if you think that I'm wrong on that. All you're doing is essentially making excuses for why the failure is going to happen in the same way that Hassan is, frankly. So this stuff I don't agree with at all, and don't worry about women and the way that the certain kind of woman who can't understand why men are as they are. You don't need to worry about it. And to be honest with you, you don't need to worry about why women are as they are either.
Yeah,
All you need to worry about is doing the thing that you're meant to be doing, and eventually you will find someone who is looking for that in a man who fulfills that platonic form of what it's meant to be the sort of patriarch. And I think eventually you will succeed. Now, again, I've said, I know how bad it is, but there is about a third of women who still think positively of men, and it's your job to get one of them. So, best of luck.
Yeah, and I mean that's his point well taken. And I get what you guys are saying. I understand it. Believe me, I thought the same thing you guys did when I first seen it. Thought that was the first thing I thought. But that, never mind the two people. They're actually not the problem. What I gather from this is men and women are different, and we keep misunderstanding each other and fucking fumbling the bag, just fucking it up. Like whether or not she was being in good faith, just never mind about that. Let's assume she's in good faith. He took it the wrong way. I would have taken it the wrong way if I had seen this. Like when I first saw this, I took it the wrong way. And then it occurred to me, like just what he said, like, hold up here. That's me operating with this extreme bias and assuming that she's just like some bitchy feminist. And I just don't think I think that I have been a victim of the ideology as much as the women have. Maybe not as much, but enough to where maybe I turned down somebody that there could have been potential with. But I'm just saying, like, whether, forget all this stuff, just it's possible that that we are wrong. Like, do you accept that that's a possibility? Because it's possible. Maybe we're just misunderstanding how some women are coming across, or maybe they're miscommunicating. But guaranteed, there's plenty of women that have expressed the same desires this woman did, and it just goes right over the guy's head, and he assumes that she doesn't want to pay for things because she's looking to get over on him by a meal, when really she wants him to, like, stand, be a man, step up, like, do what men are supposed to do. She's doing what she's supposed to do. Hey, I'm willing, or I want to start a family. I'm looking for a man, a guy who's going to take up his position as the leader of the house, the provisioner, the provider, the protector. She's doing her job right. However miscommunicated or misunderstood it is, she's doing her job right. She's not being the feminist here. He's being the feminist by expecting 50-50. What kind of a beta cuck does that? Like if I like a chick, yeah, there's no way she's going to pay half for the dinner. Honestly, that's why I'm not big on dating, cuz I don't do the hookup thing. I'm not into the hookups. I've done it. It's not really for me. And like then that would be the only time that I would ever be talking about 50-50 is if I didn't give a shit about her. If I had no future in my there was no possibility, then I would that's how I would behave 50-50. And will you give the woman the same benefit of the doubt? Let's just assume that she's being a real woman and an honest woman, and and this guy obviously he's got a computer company. This dude's doing swell. She's got this guy is a potential mate. This guy's a potential lifelong partner, at least as far as she knows. And this guy just totally snubbed her, bloodied her nose. And it occurs to me that that's why a lot of women are like, what the fuck? Because let's just assume that some of them are in good faith, being outright, being honest and forthright. And they're getting the same fucking answer as the one who's trying to bilk you for a meal. She's the one that sees potential with you. She's getting the same response as the one who's a cunt. Like, it's pretty much that simple. Let's not do that. That's not smart, man. Like, especially if we want European people to you know, continue on Earth. Like, yeah, we got to do something. Like, we have to solve this. And if there's obviously a miscommunication, that shit's got to be fixed. Simp or no simp, like, regardless, it's got to be fixed. Like, we can't just club them over the head and drag them off to caves and shit. It doesn't work that way. I think, yeah, Nick sent out his, no, no, he just sent out oh no, yeah, he did send out, he is about to go live. He's not on yet, but let me pull it up. Here we go. I get that. It was just an example, and obviously, if all we have to go on was that little text exchange, the guy was in the wrong. All she said was, "Wait a sec," like, I'm not looking for somebody to go 50-50 with. And typically, the ones that are trying to steal from or trying to get money from, or like, that they don't see a potential future with you. They're just trying to get money out of you. Typically, they wouldn't spend time like that. Like, uh, wait a second. Yeah, I'm not trying to go 50-50, sir. And even the sir, that's her like deferring and like saying, I see you as a superior. I would like to have kids with you. So honestly, she was like doing her thing, man. She was doing the right thing. And yeah, this is modernity and stuff. I get it. I get it. I see it how you see it. But that doesn't mean we're like God or something. We're right every time. And there's no possible way that she was, you know, talking to the guy in good faith. There's no possible way that the guy could have misunderstood. Like, no, that is a possibility. And the fact that you're so defensive and you like anything but accept that that's a possibility, this is a problem. Like the fact that you guys are resisting me on this is a major problem, man. Like we're contributing to this too. And I'm no different than you. I feel the exact same, but I see that this is a fucking problem and we're like contributing to it as much as they are. Maybe not, you know, maybe a lot of these women they are contributing some like they don't like men on average more than men don't like women. So there's that. But obviously there's a big time miscommunication and we all watch red pill shit and it is propaganda, bro. And it is the same you watch videos that are women doing the shit that pisses men off. Duh, well, duh, you're going to hate women. Like or it's going to bother you. It's going to bias you cuz I've been doing it and I'm starting to see, well, yeah, I regret that now. Like think about how many guys like me, like felt the same way as I did, but they're not realizing that, whoa, wait a second, maybe, back this up for a second. Maybe I wasn't right as I thought I was. Maybe because I was trying to protect myself, I pushed some people away that were genuinely in good faith. And Like, and that bothers me. If it doesn't bother you, well, I'm glad for you guys, but it fucking bothers me, man. And I mean, I care about what happens to America and what happens to, white people. I give a shit, man. And like, this is, if you want to make a difference, the only way to make a difference is to kick in and contribute your fair share, have kids. Like you guys are fighting me tooth and nail. A few of you guys just like refuse to believe that maybe he was in good faith and he just misunderstood. And I understand we didn't see what she said prior. We didn't see what he said prior. But no matter what, it's not good that we're just bouncing off of each other like fucking pool balls. It's not good. People should be pairing up, not constantly ricocheting off of each other. It's not good. Like women need to fix their shit and we need to fix our shit. Like and we can't fix how they feel and the way they see things. All we can do is control the way we see things. Like I'm not trying to shame or attack anybody. I'm saying for our own good, let's make sure that we're not stepping on our own dicks here, fellas. That's all I'm saying. Let's just make sure that we're not doing damage to ourselves with this stuff because it's easy to get, so propagandized that you become twisted and biased and like my first response to that was like, well, fuck you, like, but no, man. Like these are our women, dude. Like our women. Like let's hold, if we have to hold their hand, so fucking be it. It's kind of our job. All right, show anyhow. Hope you guys enjoyed or got the point. If any of you are thinking about, chewing on that, then good. Yeah, I think that's probably the first video I've ever done where I like was standing up for the woman. Like honestly, it's kind of fresh, kind of new. But no, I think
Good
makes
evening,
sense.
everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Tuesday.
Big show.
We have
gentlemen.
a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. Big show. Kind of a slow week, if I'm being honest. I said it last night, and it's so true. I'm away for 2 weeks. I'm thinking that something big is going to happen. Something's going to change because the news was slow even at the beginning of the month, but nothing is going on. But that's okay. Our featured story tonight, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We're going to talk all about this huge indictment against the SPLC by the DOJ. And there's been a lot that has been said about this on social media, a lot of discussion about it. There has been a major indictment, a fraud charge against the SPLC. For those that don't know, SPLC is a Southern Poverty Law Center that has emerged and has become one of the biggest left-wing activist organizations, super rich. They actually have, according to their most recent tax filing, $700 million in the bank, all in cash. And the big fraud charge stems from something like a counterintelligence program that they've been running since the 1980s.
With informants.
And for those that don't know, the SPLC has effectively been paying far-right extremists, which they say is an informant program. We'll talk about what that means and why they consider it that. But they've paid over $3 million over the years to something like 3 dozen different confidential informants that they say have been positioned to infiltrate right-wing groups, far-right groups, white supremacist groups, neo-Nazi groups, the Klan, NSM, people that organize Charlottesville. The DOJ says that this constitutes a deception or a fraud. They say that the SPLC represents to the donors that they're fighting right-wing extremism. But technically speaking, if they're pouring $3 million into right-wing extremist groups, even if they are informants, technically it constitutes
Those people
fraud.
that
They're
donated
defrauding
did
the
not
donors.
donate to
They're telling them they're
Nazis.
fighting extremism, which they're actually funding. And we'll talk all about it. It's a pretty big story. And I said it last night. I actually support the indictment. I support the investigation. I don't know if it's going to hold up in court. I don't know if it's good, legally speaking. But I do think it's a huge step in the right direction. And the Trump administration should be doing this with all these left-wing groups. I don't know why we stop here at the SPLC. You should have something like this, and maybe not specifically a fraud indictment, but there should be a comprehensive investigation of every one of these. Media Matters, ADL, SPLC, Right Wing Watch, which is under People for the American Way. That should just be for openers. That should have been for starters at the very beginning. And we are now a year and a half into the second Trump administration. We already have turnover at the DOJ. And it seems that the new acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, he's actually less aggressive than Pam Bondi, which does not really bode well. It's not good. In other words, if Pam Bondi was this slow, she was actually, from what I hear on the inside, she was actually pretty good. And at least she was willing to do some of these things, specifically these indictments against Trump's enemies or against the far left. She seemed like she was totally down to do these things, and it's minimal. Now we have this new acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, and he seems to be even more conservative than her, even slower. So we'll talk a little bit about what's going on at DOJ. We'll talk about the indictment. We're also going to talk about some of the allegations against me. I saw this story come out. Admittedly, it's sort of an old story. It came out last week. We didn't get to cover it. When the story dropped, everybody said that I was involved.
You did.
There was a story about SPLC paying the far right, paying informants. And so naturally, the pro-Trump MAGA crowd, everybody said, oh, well, that's Nick Fuentes. The reason he's supporting Democrats in the midterms is because he's an informant for the SPLC. This is what I see in my replies on Twitter for the past week. It's all the usual suspects saying, oh, you took the check from the SPLC, you sold out. And we'll talk about that too. I addressed it a little bit last night by simply saying, if you Google my name in the SPLC, you'll see that they have been on my case for like 10 years. As long as I've been doing the show, they have been on my case. And I don't mean that they have been negative towards me. I mean, they have tried to destroy my operation, destroy my life. They doxed my address, my parents, my employees, my interns, people that I know. And they've done that for a very long time. But nobody cares. You know, that doesn't really matter. So anyway, so we'll talk all about that. That's going to be our main story. And then we're also going to get a little bit into the war in Iran. The thing about the war in Iran is nobody even really knows where we are with this. The situation in the war is virtually unchanged, which is crazy because I went away for 2 weeks and we were in a position where Trump had just announced the ceasefire. And although the ceasefire had theoretically been agreed upon and was announced and everything, nobody was really sure exactly what the terms were and whether both parties had agreed to the same thing. When I left, there was a ton of uncertainty about what the status of that agreement was. Nevertheless, there is something like a ceasefire still in place. And the ceasefire was supposed to actually have expired last week, exactly this day last week. And as the ceasefire was supposed to expire, because the conditions for the ceasefire had still not been met, Trump announced an indefinite extension of the ceasefire shortly before it was set to expire. And so that is, technically speaking, where we are. If you're following the press releases, the Truth Social posts, the official statements from the government, we are still in the ceasefire phase of the conflict. And this time, we don't even know what it's for. I'll talk a little bit more about that tonight in detail. But if you remember, the original ceasefire said there's going to be a 2-week cessation of hostilities so that Iran and the United States could agree to a comprehensive deal to end the war. That has not happened. And as far as we know, there are no negotiations going on either. So we don't have a comprehensive deal. We're not on our way to a comprehensive deal. It's not even being negotiated. The other major sticking point for the ceasefire was that Iran would have to open up the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping. Well, they haven't done that either. Strait of Hormuz has not been opened throughout the entire duration of the ceasefire for the most part, and still is not open. So if the original conditions for the ceasefire were, we're going to create this allowance so that diplomacy can resume as long as the strait is opened, well, neither of those things have happened. Neither of those things are happening. And yet, even though those conditions are unfulfilled, the ceasefire got extended, except this time it's indefinite. The first ceasefire was 2 weeks. They said there's a deadline, another ultimatum. They said 2 weeks to make a deal, 2 weeks, and then we resume the kinetic operations against Iran. Now, it's just wide open. Now it's indefinite. We don't really know where we are in the conflict. We've stopped bombing them, yet the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And now the only thing that has changed is that since the ceasefire expired, the United States has imposed a blockade of its own of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has closed the strait for all other shipping that is aligned with the United States. Now the U.S. Navy has closed the strait, a blockade for all other shipping that is connected to Iran. And it's not just energy, but it's all international shipping that is in support of Iran. The only difference is our blockade is far less effective because of the operating distance, because of the proximity to the strait, where the U.S. Navy is able to operate in the Arabian Sea. So we'll talk a little bit about that tonight. We're going to get into the state of the conflict and talk about where it is going. But, I mean, like I said, all there is really to say about it is that there still seems to be no strategy here. Here we are. It's the end of April, so it's been actually 2 full months. War started on February 28th. It's April 28th. 2 full months of conflict. Not only have we not achieved any of our objectives, we've actually gone backwards because the strait is now closed.
And
so we achieved nothing of what we sought to do from the very beginning. And then during the course of the war, the strait was taken by Iran. We're not able to get it back. The objectives have not been completed. And 2 months in, we still don't even know what we're doing here. What's the plan? What's the strategy? What even are the aims? Have we retained any of our initial objectives? Or is the only objective now just to end the war itself and try to resign with some dignity?
Yeah, Trump,
so we'll talk all about that.
Trump is an idiot. He put our military in a position where they couldn't win. This fucking idiot put our military, our great military, in a position where they have no option, no viable option. What a fucking idiot.
It's going to be a good show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at fuentes.store. We have all of our new products here. And sadly, it is with a heavy heart, truly, that I tell you this. Do we even have it here? I probably should have pulled it out. But if you did not get the Groypets Brats t-shirt, you may never be able to acquire it because it has been removed from the store. There was a copyright strike against the shirt. So we had this Groypets Brats crop top, and we had it for sale when we first launched the collection. We had it on sale last night, but there's been a copyright issue with the actual Bratz company. I don't know who told them that. How did they know? How did they know that we were selling a little shirt with an homage to the Bratz dolls? I don't know how they found out about that. Someone must have told them. I don't know who's responsible for that, but you've broken a lot of hearts. You know, people are going to be devastated by this.
The same people that
there are a lot of young women and young men that are going to be devastated.
Scumbag.
That there are no more Groypets crop tops. Now, if you bought one, you might be okay, but you can't buy them anymore, and I think that's it. So we might try to find a way to sell a different crop top. It's not going to be the same thing. It's going to have to be a little bit different. But for now, the Groypets merch, it's dead. It's gone. No Groipets crop top. Unless you bought one. If you bought one, you're good. Otherwise, I think you're out of luck. Those are now a collector's item. So if you bought them, maybe you want to hang on to them. Those are now a collector's item. Sometimes that's the way it goes. But we still got plenty of other good stuff. We got the vintage distressed America First hat. This is, I think, going to be one of the hottest things. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I think that's going to be a big seller. It's kind of, trendy, new. We got the white America First hat. I'll show you some of my favorites. We're not going to go through the whole lineup. We got the zip-up hoodie with the embroidered AF logo. This might be my favorite. I think this is going to be one of the favorites.
Gotta use the bathroom.
Embroidered on the back, America First, with the shield. And then we have the America First shorts. Whoops. Very high quality material. These, then they match. They match the zip up if you want to go for that look. You don't have to. You can wear them together or separately. We have this one. This is kind of like a varsity. It just says America First. I know it's kind of plain, but high quality hoodie. This is like more, you can blend in with this. You can wear this and they're not going to clock you. You can wear this at the State Department. You can wear this wherever. You can wear this at Palantir. If you have a job there, you can wear this and Alex Karp is not going to know. Nobody's going to know. The last one I'll show is we have the Jeffrey Epstein the USA quarter zip in white. And this one's pretty sharp. People were asking for this one, and we finally delivered. We doubled down. And it goes well with the white hat, I think, too. I think of like golf. I think if you're on the golf course, this is like a good fit. White quarter zip, perfect for after, Memorial Day or Labor Day? I don't even know, which one it is in May, but this is great, and like I said, it matches the hat. So we got a bunch of other stuff too. So check it out, Fuentes.store. High quality stuff. And if you want to support the show, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month to get access to the entire archive of the show. That's every episode of the show, every commentary stream, gaming stream, collaboration, interview, debate, speech. It's all there. MP3 format, MP3 downloads. And for $100 a month, you get to join the Telegram group chat with me. And I'm in the group chat. I'm hanging out in there, dropping additional bonus content. And people seem to love it. People are dying to get in. So check it out. That's AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive in. Like I said, though, I feel like nothing's really going on lately. I don't know. Maybe we just need to get further into spring and summer. But I go on the news today, and what are the big stories? There's a visit from the king. Trump is putting his face on the passport. So that's great. And I think that's about it for the news today.
Bro,
I saw that Trump is putting his face on the U.S. passport. And it's like I said last night, it seems like that's all this administration really even does. I mean, 10 years ago, you would have found something like that funny. I can't lie. I would have fell for that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
During the first Trump administration, if the Trump White House social media was saying that two kings met today, the King of England and the King of America, I would think that was really funny, and they were trolling the left. And if Trump put his face on the passport and put a portrait of Joe Biden in the White House, but it's actually an auto pen, I would have thought that stuff was hilarious. But when everything else is so bad, when the foreign policy, immigration policy, domestic policy, when all this other stuff is so bad and it's not happening,
I'm pissed.
It almost makes it worse. Not only is it not funny, it's actually like insulting. So that, to me, that was like the big, or I shouldn't say to me, in the news, that was the big story today, is that Trump is modifying the U.S. passport. If you renew your passport, you're going to get a portrait of Donald Trump in the booklet.
Yeah.
And it's going to trigger all this conversation in the media about how, Trump is really overstepping. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it.
Put his name on
it's like, of course you can believe. It's all absurd. And whoever's going to be the next president is just going to undo all of it the second they get in. And it's all going to be pointless. So, anyway, but we are going to move on. We're going to get into our big story for tonight, which is the major indictment of the SPLC by the Department of Justice. And what I have to say about this is like, okay, finally, wasn't this the whole point of the second Trump administration? I remember when Trump was running for president in 2024, to me, the only argument that you could even really use to justify voting for Trump is something like this, that he had been royally screwed over in the first term. He was sabotaged from the inside by his own personnel, by the intelligence community, by the FBI, by the Democrats, even by the Republicans. The election was stolen and rigged against him.
My brother just got
Then they tried to send him to jail and kill him. They indicted him. They were going to send him up for 115 years in prison. And then ultimately they shot him in the head. And so the argument went something like this. Because of all of that, because of that experience, Trump was going to be the vengeance of America. That we raised up this challenge against the hegemonic left wing in 2016. We won fair and square. We should have gotten change. Instead, we found out the whole system was rigged. Trump had a mandate to govern. We were supposed to get a border wall and a new trade agreement, end the wars in the Middle East. But because of this systematic and structural obstruction, we were effectively denied what we were owed. And so now, because the system is so screwed up and so rigged, Trump was supposed to come back in with a vengeance, having learned his lesson, so to speak. He learned how Washington works. He learned that he can't trust certain people. And now he's pissed off. So now he's not playing around. Now he's going to punch everybody in the face and we're going to get what we're owed. That was the premise. And by the way, Trump played into that throughout the entire campaign. I remember in 2024, and I'm sure you do as well, he went to CPAC, he went to the rallies, and he said, "I am your vengeance." That was a line they used. And they wrote that line, and that was part of the stump speech, and they knew what they were doing. During the primary in particular, in 2023 and in early 2024, that was the message. I will be your vengeance. I'm not just going to be your voice. I'm going to be your retribution, your vengeance. And a lot of people love this idea that Trump was going to come in and he was going to be this burn it all down figure that he never was in the first term. He would truly be retribution. And then you might remember during the general election, they changed the message a little bit. They stopped saying that. They softened the message. Suddenly it wasn't mass deportations and indictments and retribution. Suddenly it turned into stapling green cards to diplomas. And if Iran gets a nuke, we're going to wipe them off the map. And, you know, we have to let people in legally. We need the people. We need the labor, etc. The message changed. Trump gets in. Okay, well, now it's May, nearly 2026, and we don't have any of this. There's no retribution against illegals. There's no retribution against foreign adversaries or allies for that, a closest ally for that matter. There's no retribution against the deep state and the bureaucracy. And so one of the big things that we were looking for in this term was indictments. Is the Trump DOJ going to persecute its enemies in the way that the Biden Justice Department persecuted theirs? Because what did Joe Biden do when he got into office? Almost before he got into office, they started charging people. The DOJ hired 1,000 judges, 10,000 FBI agents, and they went after everybody that was involved in January 6th, everybody that was involved at every level. And they started going after people from the Trump administration and the Trump campaign. And they started going after Trump himself. And so this was a serious, comprehensive, lawfare campaign to systematically destroy the MAGA movement. And this went on throughout 21, 22, 23. Trump administration gets in. We don't have nothing. Nothing. No indictment on Obama, on the Clintons, not using the Epstein files for that matter, not using it against. Today, we just got something against James Comey, tried to do it against a couple of other officials, but it fell through. Finally, last week, and this is the good news, finally, the DOJ announced a major indictment against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And this indictment is sort of interesting because it reveals the true nature and the activities of the far left. So Southern Poverty Law Center is one of these legal activist organizations started up in the civil rights era, and it was supposed to be one of these groups that defends the rights of the minorities and the oppressed. They came up in the civil rights era, and they were defending mostly black people from civil rights violations, but it was also Jews and all the other disaffected, so-called marginalized groups. The indictment against the SPLC alleges that they committed fraud because of a program that they have been running for almost 50 years. It's effectively a counterintelligence program. So you think of the SPLC and you think of legal activism. You think of how, for example, one of their activities, they have a program called Hate Watch, where they monitor hate organizations, hate speech, extremist groups. That's one of their activities. They also represent people in the event of a civil rights violation. I believe they brought some of the civil litigation against the Charlottesville organizers, and they supported that. So these are some of the activities that they're known for and that you might imagine that they get up to. But this indictment, again, alleging fraud, reveals that not only do they do all these ordinary things, but they also have been paying informants under the table to the tune of millions of dollars, upwards of $3 million, to effectively go into far-right extremist organizations,
And that's not what people
allegedly
donated
to
the money
spy
for.
on them. So over the decades, they have been paying people in the Ku Klux Klan, in the National Socialist Movement, people that attended and organized Charlottesville, all of the major so-called hate groups, neo-Nazi, white nationalist, Christian identity, groups like this, they have been paying people inside those organizations, in many cases, like lots
We
of
don't
money.
know this. It's all contrived.
Like a full-time salary, part-time or full-time salary. One individual is paid more than $1 million. That's a lot of money to be a deadbeat in the Klan or something. And paying these people allegedly to spy on the activities of those organizations. The DOJ says that that constitutes fraud because the SPLC is representing to their donors that they're fighting extremism, hate groups, hate speech, when in reality, no matter what you call it, whether they're informants or whatever, they are not being forthright about it. They're not being transparent about it. They are clandestinely and secretly giving money to those very same far-right organizations. And they're using what could be illegal accounting tricks to hide the money trail, to hide the paper trail for those disbursements. And this is the story. This is from the Associated Press. We'll just go through some of the details here. It says, quote, "The Southern Poverty Law Center was indicted Tuesday on federal fraud charges alleging it had improperly raised millions of dollars to secretly pay leaders of the Ku Klux Klan and other hate groups for inside information. The Justice Department alleges the civil rights group defrauded donors by using their money to fund the very extremism it claimed to be fighting, with more than $3 million paid to informants through a now defunct program to infiltrate white supremacist and other extremist groups. The civil rights group faces charges of wire fraud, bank fraud, and conspiracy to commit money laundering in the case brought in the federal court in Alabama. The group said the program was used to monitor threats of violence, and the information was often shared with local and federal law enforcement. The indictment includes details on at least 9 unnamed informants paid by the SPLC through a secret program that prosecutors said began in the 1980s. Within the SPLC, they were known as field sources, or the Fs, according to the indictment. One informant was paid more than $1 million between 2014 and 2023. So $1 million over 9 years, that's like a 6-figure salary practically.
Yeah.
And that individual was affiliated with the neo-Nazi National Alliance. Prosecutors say another informant was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. The informant attended the rally at the direction of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation for several others. That person was allegedly paid more than $270,000 between 2015 and 2023. So the first thing I want to say about this And this is just, at this point, what even do you say? The first thing I want to do is clear the air. So this story comes out last week. This is an old story. And it's what I just read to you. The DOJ is indicting SPLC for fraud because of this informant program. They say it's defunct, but it's been operational since at least a few years ago. And basically, the SPLC caught wind of this investigation. It started in the first Trump administration, shelved under Biden, came back in Trump 2. And I believe the SPLC wound this program down because they caught wind that this was going to be a problem for them. So it says it's defunct, but not really. It's more like they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar and then they had to cover their tracks. But in any case, story comes out. And almost immediately after the story comes out, people start to say that I am one of the field operatives. What do they call it? A field source? Particularly the one that I just named that went to Charlottesville. And I'll reread that last paragraph for you. People started to say that this person was me. The story comes out. We don't even have all the details. We have the indictment, but this is the part that everybody said was me. It says, quote, another informant was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned Unite the Right. The informant attended the rally at the direction of the SPLC, helped coordinate transportation for several others. That person was paid $270,000 between 2015 and 2023. Everybody immediately took that. All the pro-Trump influencers, there's no evidence. It doesn't even make sense. We'll talk about why. But that little blurb, because that is what is in the indictment, they sort of break down 9 of the informants. That little blurb, everybody said, oh, that must be Fuentes because he was at J6. Now we're hearing about the SPLC. Oh, the far right was always a spook. And I want to talk about it, about me in particular, but I also want to talk about the far right in general. Let's just talk about me in particular first. So just for anybody that is curious or in doubt or anything like that, first of all, the details don't even make sense. The indictment says this person was paid from 2015 to 2023. In 2015, I was 16 years old. Okay. I turned 17. I was a junior in high school in 2015. Okay. And I wasn't even far right. In 2015, I was like a libertarian. I thought Trump was too far right. Okay, so that's for openers. They said this person between 15 and 23 was paid $250,000. Okay, well, me, I was in high school when that started. That's 1. 2, as it pertains to Charlottesville, and I've told this story a million times, I didn't even actually go to Charlottesville. And you might say, well, what does that mean? It was a last-minute decision. I did not organize Charlottesville. I didn't know any of the leaders at Charlottesville. At that time, I was 18. I was 18 when Charlottesville happened. I was a college dropout. I had no connections. And I made a last-minute decision to go about 2 or 3 days before the rally. I wasn't even in the city for the Tiki Torch March. And by the time I landed the day of the actual protest, by the time I got to my hotel, the whole thing was already over. I literally just got there late. And I could show you receipts for that. I could show you proof. But I've told this story. It's been consistent for like 10 years. I showed up at my hotel at like 11 a.m. the Saturday of the rally. By that time, the police had already dispersed it. I got there late. Everybody was getting chased out of the park. I went with James Alsup, a handful of other people. We were there for like a half hour, then I went back to my hotel. So none of those details even make sense. One other thing, which is a little bit relevant, I have been at war with the SPLC for my entire career. And they have done horrible things to me. Not least of all, including they doxed my assistant, who went by the name of Jew Groiper. This was my only full-time employee. They doxed him. 2 of my interns that were working on Capitol Hill for Paul Gosar and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they doxed those people. The biggest one and the best one, though, is that in 2022, they are actually the group responsible for doxing my home address. You remember this? You might have heard about it. About a year and a half ago, I put out a tweet after the election. I said, your body, my choice. It went super viral. It got 100 million views. Man.
That was
because
funny.
the tweet generated so much outrage.
He did it at the
People
perfect
found
time.
my address, and hundreds of people, that's not an exaggeration, started showing up to my house, knocking on my door, throwing eggs at my house, doing all kinds of things, recording my house, honking their horn, whatever. And it led to someone trying to kill me. A young man, 23-year-old man, came to my door with a gun. After he killed 3 people already, he killed his best friend's mom and sister. And then he drove 3 hours to my house, to my front door.
That is scary.
Marched up to the front door with a gun, with the intention of killing me. Okay. All of that happened because in 2022, when I actually moved into my new address, the SPLC doxed my house. They posted a picture of my house on their website and they linked to my address. They interviewed my neighbors and published about my whereabouts, when I come and go, what floor I live on. And I'll read you, this is from the article, you can Google it. The headline is, Nick Fuentes trades parents' basement for pricey live streaming den. Pricey live streaming den. It was a $390,000 3-flat in Berwyn, Illinois. Okay. Pricey live streaming den. It's not, this is like a working class neighborhood. That's not that much money. It's a 3-flat apartment building. They say pricey live streaming den is crazy. You would have thought it's like some $1 million single family home in like Park Ridge or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. Pricey live streaming den is crazy. Yeah, he bought an apartment building in Pilsen, living like a real king, this guy. Anyway, so that's the headline, trades parents' basement. I think I was 22 when I moved out. I know that's totally insane to live with your parents when you're 22. Anyway, but this is the article. It says, quote, Hate Watch spoke to several of Fuentes' neighbors whose names are being withheld over concerns they may be harassed or targeted by Fuentes' followers. You're interviewing my neighbors. It says on the topic of Fuentes, most of the neighbors Hate Watch spoke with say the live streamer who pumps out vociferous white nationalist propaganda on his live streams appears meek in real life, keeping to himself, apparently entertaining few visitors, and does not call attention to himself.
No shit.
Several said that when he is at his home in Berwyn, his movements appear to be limited to passing from his garage to the back door of the apartment. Fuentes' building is located on a quiet tree-lined street, a short walk from one of Berwyn's main shopping districts. On the block where the white nationalist 2-story building is located, Hate Watch observed his neighbors doing weekend chores and children playing in yards and on sidewalks. From the property's exterior, Hate Watch observed the basement apartment and the first floor was empty. They're literally looking through my windows. On the second floor, the blinds were drawn. Hate Watch also observed a construction permit on the window of the first floor of the building. Neighbors confirmed Hate Watch's impression that the basement and first floor appear to be currently unoccupied, with Fuentes and his live streaming operation on the second floor. On another visit, a Hate Watch reporter knocked on the front door, but there was no answer. So look, like, I'm not one to complain. You know that about me. Yeah, one thing you know about me is I don't complain. Like, I hate complaining. But how messed up is it? How messed up is this? This is insane. This is fucked up. And this is totally insane that a far left political group with $1 billion in cash is posting for everybody to know where a person lives with this much detail. This is insane. We looked through his windows. This floor is unoccupied. We think he lives in the second floor. We talked to his neighbors. We knocked on the front door. These are his habits. These are his whereabouts. This should be illegal. What is the purpose of this?
I think he's right.
It's not like they're reporting on my rhetoric or my show or my operation. They're literally telling everybody, this is where he lives. Get him. If you want to kill this guy, this is where he is. This is where you can find him. This is where you can physically hurt this person. That's all that is. And everybody knows that.
Like, I think doxing, I think that actually falls out freedom of speech. Like, actually doxing somebody, hopefully there's something work out like similar to the when somebody writes an article about someone, they can't do stuff out of malice. Maybe hopefully they'll come up with something like that.
That's like a form. That is like a soft form of homicide.
Yeah.
Because that is what they're doing here. They're trying to incite people to kill me. They're saying, if you want to mess with this person, harass this person, intimidate, assault, murder this person, this is where you can find them. That's what it is. While simultaneously saying, he's a vociferous white nationalist, but he's evil, his fans are insane, okay? But then it gets better. If that's not bad enough. So this super rich organization is just doxing a civilian, doxing a citizen. That's not bad enough. They get what they want, okay? The dox exists because of the SPLC. And when I get in controversy, people start showing up, and yeah, someone tries to kill me, and now a young man is dead. Not this young man, but the person that tried to kill me was killed by police. Now, fast forward a year and a half later, and people are seriously saying that I'm getting paid
He turned
by
an
this
SPLC
organization.
story into a story about him. What the hell?
People are saying, oh, you sold out to the SPLC. You took money. Oh, now I see why you support the Democrats. You're an SPLC informant. And no one will ever know, and no one will ever care, because that is the nature of the information space. These pro-Trump influencers, they do not care about the truth. They have no integrity. They're all being paid. They have identified me as somebody that is contrary to Trump, contrary to the Republican Party. And so because I am the enemy, now they're just going to put that out there. They don't care that it's not true. Laura Loomer, all these other people putting this stuff out, this is just going to be another one of those things they say about me, just like the J6 thing. Oh, that SPLC. Oh, I heard he was with the SPLC, but it's just one of those things that through repetition they put out there, and nobody knows the SPLC is responsible for almost taking my life. I have to move because of them, because they almost killed me. And now I'm going to be tarred for the rest of my career with this insinuation that I'm also being paid by them. So even if somebody tries to kill you, they're still going to say you're being paid by them. Okay? And by the way, here's the other part that's even better. All these people that are saying that, they never got targeted by the SPLC. The SPLC is only one among many groups that are like this. There is the SPLC, there is the ADL, there is the Media Matters for America, there is Right Wing Watch, Project for American Way, Atlantic Council, Digital Forensics Lab. You have all these different outfits. You have all these different NGOs, excuse me, nonprofits, activist groups, and their job is to put the screws on the far right. Through whatever, it's like guerrilla warfare, paying informants, doxing you, going after your payments, going after your family, your associates, bringing the government down on you. They don't play fair. They don't play nice. This is what they do. And the rich irony in this is that the center-right people that are accusing me and others of being feds or informants for the SPLC, they never get targeted by the far left. Never get censored. All these people that are saying this, take like Chris Rufo and Lomez, for example. These are two guys that have a show on The Blaze. Lomez, his real name is Jonathan Keeperman. He's at Passage Press. Christopher Rufo's at Manhattan Institute. They have been putting that kind of stuff out there that the far right are all feds. They're with the SPLC, whatever. These are two center-right guys that have a job at The Blaze, have a job at the Paul Singer funded Manhattan Institute. They've never been censored in their lives. They never got banned on Twitter. They never got banned on YouTube, and they still aren't. They never got banned on PayPal. They never got banned on Stripe. No one ever tried to kill them. They never got doxxed. And this is the classic, because here, I'm trying to paint a picture here for you. This is the classic construction, which is that the center right works with the far left against the far right every single time. The far left wages war on the far right, and the center right joins them hand in hand. So, for example, the far left wants to censor the far right. The center right won't defend us. It was like this for years. The center right for a decade would say, we're against cancel culture, we're against censorship. They never got censored and they never got canceled. They remained gainfully employed and they had all of the platforms available to them. The people that were being canceled and censored were the Proud Boys, the alt-right, Red Ice, TRS, Richard Spencer, people like myself. Did Ben Shapiro, did the people at CPAC, did the Blaze, did any of them ever stick up for us? No. No, because they were in a handshake agreement with the far left. The far left wants the far right destroyed, and that means that you get this very moderate and weak and flaccid center right that isn't really a threat. The center right allows this because then they are protected on their right flank. Yep. Whereas someone like myself would challenge Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro and say, you're not right-wing enough, you're not pure enough, you're not giving the people what they want, whereas we would ordinarily be in competition on the college campus, on the social platform. Now we are taken out of the equation, and now there's no competition. Think about it. Oh. For many years, who did Ben Shapiro have to compete with? Nobody. Because everybody else was banned from Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube for the better part of the last decade. It was the institutional center-right establishment right-wingers that literally cut deals with Facebook. And they were the biggest ad providers. Daily Wire was the second biggest ad buyer on Facebook for like 5 years. They cut deals with Google. And the deal was that as long as they didn't say anything conspiratorial about the vaccine or the pandemic, they would keep their channels. Meanwhile, everybody else got cut down for one thing or another. Election denial, COVID conspiracy, anti-Semitism, white nationalism, whatever. So that was always, they were always in bed together. That's the irony. The center right will say that the far right is paid by the feds. The far right is controlled by the far left. Or they'll say something like the far left and far right are in a symbiotic relationship. They'll say that the far left funds right-wing extremism, public rally. Then the far left is going to say, oh my gosh, the Klan is on the rise. We need to give the SPLC more money. And people say the same thing about the ADL. They say that people that criticize Israel are actually friends with the ADL because the more vocal and visible and sensational the anti-Semitism is, the greater the need and the greater the funding for the ADL. And so this is a claim by the center right that the far right and the far left are in a symbiotic, mutualistic relationship. The reality is the opposite. The center right is in a mutualistic relationship with the far left. Yep. And here is the case in point. For years, the far left was putting the screws in the far right with censorship, with doxing, Antifa, showing up and disrupting the rallies, using violence, calling down federal law enforcement on the far right. And the center right stood by and watched, and in many cases participated in this. It was not a few times that center-right figures would pass along things that I had said or information about me to far-left groups so that then they could sabotage me and basically do the dirty work of the center-right. And the reason that you know this is because the center-right always uses the language of the far-left. Yep. When the center-right wants to cancel the far-right, what do they say about us? They say, we're the real Nazis. We're the real Klan. We're the real white nationalists. We're really engaged in hate speech, and that's why we have to go. Sean Hannity said that on his program this week. Mark Levin said it this week. Both Hannity and Mark Levin said on their shows, Nick Fuentes needs to be censored. Sean Hannity said, I should not have a platform. Mark Levin said we should censor more hate speech. Well, who drives all of that? Who is driving hate speech legislation? Who's driving even, let's say, the monitoring of hate speech? Who's on that far-right beat that's creating all of the hysteria about that? It's the far left. So on the contrary, and this is why I said we need to talk about me in particular, and then this conversation in general, there is this ongoing dialectical conversation about the far left, the far right, the center left, the center right, and how they're all interacting. And that is the narrative that people are uncritically consuming. I'm sure you've heard it before. People say that really anybody to the right of Tucker Carlson must be a federal operative. Anybody to the right of Sarah Palin, anybody to the right of Sean Hannity is a Fed. Or is, like Tucker himself says, they're in a symbiotic relationship with the ADL. They're simply creating the crisis that the far left is there to address. But when you actually think about it deep down, it couldn't be further from the truth. It's actually the opposite. And that is the narrative that we saw over the past week, which is what exactly? All of the pro-Trump influencers, which, let's just say it, Trump is center-right. The Republican Party, the MAGA movement, the Trump movement is center-right. It just is. They're not immigration extremists. They're not isolationists.
Nope.
They're not even social conservatives. How many gay men are in the Trump administration?
Many.
They support government funding of IVF. They gave up on abortion. They're not even social conservatives. They're saying about immigration, we only want to remove the criminals. We don't want a mass deportation anymore. They gave up on the border wall. We're in a war with Iran, which was cheered on by all the legacy press. So the institutional right, establishment right, center right, Republican Party, Trump, they are the center right. Everybody that is supporting the Trump movement is center right. And all those influencers are now saying, we have this SPLC indictment, and they're saying, well, Charlottesville was funded by the left. The far-right extremists were funded by the left. And they're licking their chops and they're saying, see, we told you so. Anything to the right of Trump, anything critical of Trump, in other words, anything right of the center, anything critical of the center is actually an operation. It's illegitimate. You can't trust it. Don't look at it. Don't go there. But it is just true. I would say in the first place, the SPLC is funding a handful of informants in basically defunct organizations. Have you even heard of any of these? Have you ever even heard of the National Alliance? I have, because I'm in the far right, but that's basically a defunct organization and has been. The Klan? When's the last time you saw a Klan rally? Is a Klan really an operative force in American politics? No. National Socialist Movement, all these groups that the SPLC had informants in are basically irrelevant, first of all. Second of all, I don't even think it's necessarily a lie to say that they were funding those informants to gather intelligence, because that is what the SPLC does. So I don't even consider that to be relevant to the conversation. It's not like they were funding AFPAC. They weren't funding the Groypers. They weren't funding the Proud Boys. They weren't funding InfoWars. They weren't funding, in other words, any of the groups that would be considered right of center and politically effective or viable or legitimate. They were not involved in any of that. It was all of the fringe, skinhead type stuff from maybe 20 or 30 years ago. But more to the point, they like to say, well, the SPLC and the far right, they're two sides of the same coin. There's this horseshoe. And I want to focus on something specifically. This is something that Tucker Carlson has said, not about this, but about actually the ADL. This is an idea which you hear all the time. Tucker told me in person, he said, Netanyahu likes you. And I almost want to say, well, how do you know that? Would you talk to him? But he says, Netanyahu likes you, and I know that.
He does.
He goes, and the ADL likes you, and I know that.
They like anybody who speak out against the Jays, because they know that when the diaspora is scared and there are people talking about them, they're more likely to move to Israel and increase Netanyahu's power. Fuck yeah, he loves Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes scares American Jays to go move to Israel. That benefits Netanyahu. They're losing people, or they were last year, so it makes perfect sense that he loves Nick. I'm sure he does. It's
show.
obvious.
Why does the ADL, why do Netanyahu, why do they like the so-called real anti-Semites? because the so-called real anti-Semites create the pretext for the ADL to pass hate speech laws, for the ADL and groups like it to attract donors, to attract sponsorship, to carry out their various programs. It creates the need for the ADL. But I would say that obviously when you look at the nature of ADL and the far right, SPLC and the far right, how can it be considered symbiotic or mutually beneficial when the ADL and SPLC are censoring us? In other words, if they had it their way, we would be dead. How could I be in a symbiotic relationship with the SPLC if they're posting my address on the internet? If they had it their way, someone would come to my house and kill me. Someone tried to. And if I answered the door, he would have shot me in the face and I would be dead. So how is that a mutualistic relationship? If the ADL had it their way, I would be banned on Twitter. They got me banned on Twitter. The same week that I was banned in July 2021, the ADL put out an article about me, 5 things you need to know about Nick Fuentes. And that is how I was banned on Twitter. That is how I was banned on PayPal, Stripe, on every major platform. In other words, if they had it their way, we would not exist. We would not have funding. We would not have a megaphone. We would not even be alive. If they had it their way, we would be gone. And why is that? Because what we are putting out there is contrary to their message. If we are winning, what does winning constitute for us? It means that we are creating an electorate, or we're creating an entryist movement in government that is going to oppose Israel, liberalism, Jewish power, all these different things, the civil rights regime, which sounds bad if you say you oppose that, but the civil rights regime is very far-reaching. If we have it our way, we're going to politically overturn all of those things. That is why they exist. We are in a war
People are going to go back
with
to
them.
their home country.
We're in a battle. And so that's like saying if the United States kills the Ayatollah,
Israel's
we're
gonna
in a
get real
symbiotic
big.
relationship with Iran because every IRGC member we kill, that's recruitment for them. And every time they close the Strait of Hormuz, that creates a pretext for the United States to whatever. Just because you're in a pitched conflict does not mean there's a mutually beneficial relationship. Let's examine, however, the relationship between ADL, SPLC, and the center right. Why are the ADL and the
Apparently
SPLC
today
not
it was
interested in the center right? Because the center right does not oppose the political ends of the ADL and the SPLC. What are the political ends, for example, of the ADL? Well, they're very clear in their mission statement. ADL says, our job is to protect Jewish people from anti-Semitism and to support the state of Israel. Well, the center right believes in all of that. The center right is liberal. So that means when you see a cabal of Jewish oligarchs taking over America, they call that a meritocracy. They say there's nothing wrong with that. God bless Sheldon Adelson for making his fortune in
He's just the
casinos
best.
and then using hundreds of millions of dollars to bribe politicians. That's his right as an American. As liberals, they will not identify Jews as a distinct group
They're thinking
because liberalism
these
says that
fucking
we're all
scumbags
individuals.
are
We're all a
fucking-
blank slate. As liberals, they will never identify Jews as a separate, distinct nation with a meaningful identity, a meaningful sense of togetherness, a sense of nationhood, of Jewishness, and how that is going to influence society with Jews acting as a whole. They'll never identify that. And so that is why they will always support the civil rights regime, which protects Jews and their ascension through the institutions and their collective action as a group. The center right will never oppose Israel. Why? Because the center right is funded by Israel. Who is the center right funded by? Fox News, Wall Street Journal, New York Post are all owned by Rupert Murdoch. Murdoch is friends with Netanyahu, funded Netanyahu's re-election campaign 5 years ago. Those are all the center right publications. What else do you have? The Blaze? Blaze
They're
TV.
big time.
Merger of the
Glenn
Blaze
Beck
and
is,
CRTV, that's
Israel.
run by Glenn Beck, who cried because Israel wouldn't give him citizenship. He
He's
said
such
God
a
gave him a mission, and that's to defend Israel. Breitbart, which used to be great, now the editor-in-chief is Joel Pollack, who broke the Sabbath to say, kill all Palestinians on October 7th. He's a Jew immigrant from South Africa who studied Jewish studies at university and converted his black wife to Judaism. That's Fox, The Journal, The New York Post, The Blaze, CRTV, and Breitbart. Then you've got Daily Wire, need I say more? That's your center right. So who's really in a symbiotic relationship with the far left? The far left, if they had it their way, would kill the far right, and they have. The far left has waged a war against the far right to censor, dock.
They'll kill center-right people like Charlie Kirk. They did.
Cancel, kill, maim, all these things. The center-right has been complicit in all of this, has been immune from all of those things, and that is because the far right is meaningfully opposed to the far left, whereas the center-right is not. The center-right, even to the extent that they will go out on a limb and they will criticize Israel or the Jews or the civil rights regime, they will do all of it within a liberal framework. So, for example, when they talk about replacement migration, they don't say white people are being replaced by non-white people. And there's an element of the whole here. There's an element of identity here. America as a white nation is different than America as a non-white nation. And it's not because of culture. It's not because of ideas or entrepreneurship or the Bill of Rights. It's because we're different. Tribes are real. Race is real. We're not born as individuals on a blank slate. We carry with us a genetic inheritance. Our behaviors, our physical traits, our cognitive traits are genetic as well as learned, as well as environmental. And maybe it's 50-50. Maybe it's more genetic than it is environmental. That's an illiberal idea. The center right will say, we don't oppose replacement migration because whites are being replaced by non-whites. They will say, we oppose replacement migration because, their values are different, or it's a voting rights issue, or they need time to assimilate, everything other than what it is. And the same goes for Jewish power. Will they say that we have a Jewish power problem in America? That Jews as a collective have too much influence? And that Jews, because of their identity, abuse their influence for their own tribe rather than the nation as a whole? No, they never say that. They say it's not about Jews. It's not about Judaism. It's not even about Israel. They say it's about Netanyahu and Netanyahu's government and the things he's doing. And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have a problem. Well, again, that's not true. And by the way, the ADL doesn't even disagree with that. The ADL and the SPLC, they don't like Netanyahu either. They work institutionally with Israel, institutionally with Jewish oligarchs in America. So in other words, the center right is not even really saying things that the far left disagrees with at all. And that's why they don't oppose one another. So this is your SPLC indictment. These are some of the bigger ideas. Like I said, as far as the actual indictment is concerned, I'm not a lawyer, and people say that the actual charges are on shaky legal ground. I don't know that the fraud charges are going to stick. I don't know that it's going to deliver a death blow to the SPLC. Either way, I support it. I think the DOJ should be doing more of this. I think the DOJ should bring charges against all these far left groups, SPLC, ADL, Media Matters, all of them. Because these are the various organs of the left that are preventing the rise of the far right. If it wasn't for the far left, we would have free reign. I mean, are you kidding me? I think about all the things I have had to put up with over the years in the form of debanking, censorship, taking away credit card processing, all the problems they have created, even just the guilt by association, the smear campaign. If the far left were out of the picture, we would have a very easy time at everything. So the Trump administration should really be doing a lot more. It should not just be some nicky-knack fraud charge against the SPLC. It should be comprehensive. They should all pay like this, and I do support it. But to me, the bigger picture, like what's the story? The Trump administration should fight the left more? Obviously. The bigger story is about how this has now been used, and now this has become a narrative among the pro-Trump influencers, and now they like to say, see, all that exists is the far left and the Trump movement. If you're not voting for Trump, if you're not glazing Trump, if you're not defending everything Trump does, then you're with the left. And what that implicitly says is there are no enemies to the right. And don't mistake what I mean by that. This is a Straussian idea. That's their playbook. They say there is nothing to our right. If we have enemies, they are more left-wing than us. There is nothing more far right than the Trump movement, and that is not true. There is something more far right than the Trump movement. Trump is not the be-all, end-all of the far right. Obviously, if you've been watching my show for a long time, you know that, and if you have a clue, Trump movement is not doing what the far right wants, but they will categorize and say anything that's far right is actually on the left. It may appear to be far right, it may appear to be more right-wing than Trump, but in actuality, it's third worldist. In actuality, it's funded by the left. In actuality, it's a mirage, and it exists to create a pretext for far left organizations. And all of these are little discrediting, delegitimizing lies so that nobody looks for a better option. So that the masses stay on the plantation, shrug their shoulders, and say, this is as good as it gets. I guess we're only going to vote Republican. My ideology is loyalty to Trump. The unironic, most right-wing thing you can do is vote for Republicans. All you could do is vote for Republicans, and that's it. And the far right will say, no, we need entryism. We need infiltration. We need people to become very far right. We need the best and brightest young men with energy to get involved in politics and to ascend the ladder in power. And yes, the SPLC, ADL are going to be our biggest enemies. I'm their biggest enemy. And that's why, the people that I influence, they try to get those people fired. And they're out there. We have personnel all over the government, all over society, and the SPLC would love to get their hands on that because they want to hurt those people because those people actually oppose their ideological ends. They're not worried about John Doyle. They're not worried about how many of these other people, Laura Loomer, the rest of them, they're just not worried about that. So anyway, that's the SPLC indictment. And I think that's everything I have to say about it. We're going to move on. We're going to talk a little bit about the situation in Iran. I don't know how much time we're going to spend on that. I think we're almost out of time here, but we're going to get into it a little bit. It's been a few weeks since we covered the situation in Iran. I think the last time we spoke was the beginning of April. It was right about when the ceasefire broke out. And the big update about the war in Iran is that there is no major update. We are still in the same state of affairs that we were 3 weeks ago. And I'll reconstruct the timeline for you just very briefly. We'll read through some of the latest developments, and then we'll talk about potentially where this is going. So the last time we spoke, the ceasefire had just been declared. It was on a Tuesday. It was actually 3 weeks ago to the day. And this brought an end to all of the offensive U.S. operations against Iran, whereas for about 7 weeks, the United States was engaged in this extremely intense air campaign, naval campaign against Iran, its navy, its regime, its military. All of that came to an end 3 weeks ago when a very contentious ceasefire agreement was announced. And the terms of the agreement were these. It effectively said that as long as Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz, then the United States would end military operations. This would take place for a period of 2 weeks for the purpose of reaching a comprehensive long-term peace agreement that addresses the systematic issues of the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear issue, missiles, proxies, and the continuity of the Iranian regime. That was the original terms of the ceasefire. And the important points are, again, opening up the strait in exchange for a cessation of hostilities for the purpose of finding an agreement. Those are the 3 big parts of that agreement. Now, you might remember that before we left, that agreement effectively fell apart. And almost immediately, there was a big debate about what the terms of the deal even were. Iran and Pakistan, which brokered the deal, seemed to be under the impression that included in the ceasefire was also a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel had engaged Hezbollah in a major military campaign in southern Lebanon, had displaced over 1 million people. Iran and Pakistan said almost an hour, 2 hours after the ceasefire was announced that the ceasefire did not just apply to the fighting in Iran and in the Persian Gulf, but also to the theater in Lebanon, between Israel and Hezbollah. Well, the United States came out the following day and said that is not a part of the deal, and Israel would not agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon. And so as quickly as the deal was announced, it was rescinded. And Iran came out and said, well, if there's no ceasefire in Lebanon, then we're closing the strait again, which they then did. And the strait was open for all of a few days before it shut right back down. The United States denied this was happening, but it became obvious after a few days. That following weekend, there was a series of negotiations in Islamabad in Pakistan. That Saturday, so this is, again, 2 weeks ago from this previous Saturday, J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff traveled to the capital of Pakistan to meet with a delegation from Iran to negotiate this comprehensive agreement. That was the purpose of the ceasefire. Well, the negotiations went on all day and all night, and in the end, they didn't reach an agreement at all. And actually, the Iranian delegation was so insulted, they said there is no basis for diplomacy. We're not going to make a deal with the United States. They're being unreasonable. And so Iran effectively pulled out of negotiations. Throughout that following week, there was all sorts of talk about another round of negotiations any day, that Thursday, that weekend. It never materialized. Finally, the second week of the ceasefire approached. This is last week. And still, there were no negotiations. There was supposed to be a last-minute round of negotiations in Pakistan. That was called off. The ceasefire was set to expire. And again, even though none of the conditions were reached, Strait of Hormuz remains closed, no comprehensive agreement, and actually there weren't even negotiations ongoing. Last week, Trump extended the ceasefire indefinitely. So even though that 2-week period was set to draw down last week, even though Iran did not abide by any of the terms, strait is closed, no negotiations, no comprehensive agreement, no progress towards one. Trump unilaterally said last week, well, the ceasefire is extended, and it is extended without limits. There is no timeline anymore. And what's interesting about this is that for this entire time, let's say this period of the past 6 weeks, we have been operating on these rolling deadlines and rolling timelines. You had the week before Easter, Trump said that Iran had 48 hours to open up the strait, or else we would escalate the energy campaign to attack Iran's civilian infrastructure. And then that 48-hour deadline was extended by 5 days. And then 10 days, and then by 24 hours. Then we were under a 2-week ceasefire. And then after the 2-week ceasefire, it has now been extended indefinitely. And so this is why I say, when you consider the war in Iran, if you actually approach the official White House statements, True Social posts, press releases, the official government line for the past however long that has been, is that we have been on this rolling deadline 48 hours, 5 days, 10 days, 24 hours, 2 weeks. We have been in this protracted negotiation to end the war, and that's why we're not escalating. That's why we're not continuing hostilities. That's why we're engaging Iran in diplomacy. And yet, all this time, nothing has changed. The United States is spinning its wheels, creating deadlines, talking about escalation, talking about terms of negotiation, and yet not one single thing has changed. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed ever since that first deadline was announced. These negotiations have meaningfully not happened ever since that first deadline was announced.
Yep,
We're
it's all
supposed to
been
believe that the
kabuki,
United States has been either winding down the operation or refraining from escalating because we're waiting on this diplomatic process to prevail. Because Iran has been making concessions, because they're making commitments to open up the strait, and yet none of that has happened. Strait is closed, no negotiations. Now that we're in this new period, you have to ask, what is even the official line at this point? I think we all recognize that all of those deadlines that existed before were a form of a bluff. It was all bluster. You better do what we want or else. And everybody knew that we weren't actually serious about following through on these threats. All of this was an attempt to either buy time so that we can mobilize more resources or solicit help from other allies, buy time so that the oil markets could adjust and alleviate some of the pain in the markets. Everybody recognized that despite what was being said about a diplomatic breakthrough, about a prospect for a deal or negotiations. We all recognize this was just buying time. But now here we are since last week, and now you don't even know what the official line is exactly. Strait is closed, no negotiations, and yet we're not bombing them. There's no threat of escalation on the table, and there's no negotiations. There's no prospect for a deal to happen, and yet we're in an open-ended ceasefire. Now, this is the latest. This is from the New York Times. The one thing that has changed is that ever since the ceasefire was extended, the United States has imposed its own blockade over Iran. So Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz to shipping that is friendly to the United States. Any shipping that does not coordinate with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and pay a $2 million toll or a $1 per barrel of oil toll will not be permitted to transit the strait. While that has been happening, Iran has still been engaging in seaborne trade. So Iran has still been exporting oil, importing things from other countries. They have slowed down and shut down shipping in the strait for every other country. Well, since the ceasefire was extended, this is how the calculation has changed. The United States has imposed a naval blockade of its own. And so now from a distance, we are effectively doing the same thing to Iran that Iran is doing to us. Whereas Iran was shutting down seaborne shipping of oil, natural gas, and other things for allied U.S. countries, now we are shutting down all the seaborne trade for Iran and all their major ports. So they're not able to export their oil and they're not able to import the goods that they need. And so this, Trump believes, and the White House believes, will reverse the economic pressure. Instead of having the United States and the global oil markets affected by Iran's closure of the strait, we're flipping the script, and now we're going to put economic pressure on Iran's economy by shutting down their 6 major naval ports in the Persian Gulf. Now, this is a story. This is from the New York Times about the latest development. The development from this week is that Iran has put forward a new proposal. And what Iran is now saying is that they will open up the strait as before, except that now they're going to retain control over it and they're going to charge a toll in perpetuity. They're saying the strait will open, however, it will be a controlled strait. And there will be a new legal regime governed by Iran and the other country that borders the strait, Oman. They will determine which ships go in and out, and they will have the ability to charge money. They'll be able to collect on this. Iran says that in return, the United States has to withdraw its forces from the Middle East, and we have to shelve all of the nuclear negotiations. Iran says that we will consider nuclear enrichment, highly enriched uranium, another day. They say, but we will bring an end to the war by opening the strait, but we're going to control it. Now, the United States has rejected that proposal and says that the ceasefire will go on indefinitely, but the blockade will go along with it too. And this is a story from the Times. It says, quote, President Trump has told advisors he is not satisfied with Iran's latest proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war. The proposal called on the United States to end its naval blockade, but would have set aside questions about what to do with Iran's nuclear program. Iran has repeatedly rejected American proposals to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Mr. Trump reviewed the proposal with advisors on Monday after Iran's foreign minister delivered it to Pakistan on Sunday. Mr. Trump rejected another proposal from Iran last week and called off a round of peace talks in Islamabad over the weekend. U.S. officials say Iran's leadership has not authorized negotiators to make concessions on the nuclear deal, which frustrates any attempts to forge a compromise or peace agreement. Delaying nuclear talks could have been a way to reach a quick agreement to ease pressure on global energy and financial markets, but any decision to halt nuclear talks would be a sign that the war had failed to achieve one of its major goals, which is increasing pressure on Tehran to make a deal over its enrichment program. Iranian officials insisted that any deal to open the strait should allow them to continue to impose a tax or fee on ships that transit it. At the heart of the debate over whether to accept the proposal were discussions in the Trump administration about economic leverage and what further American military operations would be needed to get Iran to make significant concessions in negotiations. Some officials believe that continuing the blockade for 2 more months would cause significant long-term damage to Tehran's energy industry. Oil wells cannot be turned on and off and would be damaged if they were forced to shut down, incurring costly repairs. Other administration officials have said that assessment is flawed, noting that Iran's positions have hardened and that the IRGC has solidified its hold on power. So this is where we are at. And like I said, nothing has realistically changed in the past 3 weeks. And the situation is basically this. We have no options. We can't escalate militarily. We cannot nuke them. We cannot invade them. We cannot invade Karg Island. We cannot bomb them into submission. There is realistically no military solution to compel Iran to change its behavior. So what they have come up with instead, because they've been looking for a way to do this in a way that is minimal, and this is a conversation from 3 weeks ago, if we were to, for example, bomb their civilian infrastructure, that might be a military solution. That might be a military option that could compel them to come to the negotiating table and make concessions. If we were to bomb their power grid, bomb their energy infrastructure, that might be a military option that will get them to beg for peace. But if we do that, they retain the capability to do the same thing to Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain, and that would devastate not only all those countries, but the global economy. So that's off the table. So the Trump administration was looking for another option. Maybe we will invade one of their islands. We'll invade Karg Island. We'll invade Hormuz Island. We'll try to use a ground force. Maybe we'll deploy forces inside of Iran. But then they determined that if we tried that, Iran would just kill everybody. Because if Iran has enough drones and missiles with precision to shut down shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, surely they can use those drones and missiles to kill everybody that tries to land on one of those small islands or anybody that lands inside of the Iranian mainland. So they ruled that out. That's too risky. So if we don't have any economic warfare military options, if we don't have any options to do a minimal ground invasion, what can we do to compel them to come to the table? So now Trump has found this new option, which is an economic blockade. If we impose a naval blockade on Iran's ports, then we can squeeze their economy. And without bombing their energy infrastructure, if we shut down their oil exports, then their oil industry will grind to a halt and it will cost them hundreds of millions of dollars because that will cause damage to the infrastructure and there will be lost revenue. So the idea is without a kinetic military option, we're going to increase the pressure on Iran's economy in a way that is less invasive. Well, here's the problem with this. So that is realistically the current situation, is that the strait is closed and the pressure is on the United States. We have now imposed a blockade of our own, shutting down all of Iran's seaborne trade to put some pressure on them. They're waiting us out. We're going to try to wait them out. They're hoping that the economic pain of the closure of the strait will force us to leave them alone and walk away. We're hoping that the pain of closing the strait for them will cause them to come to the negotiating table. Now, the Trump administration realistically can't leave the conflict without some kind of tangible victory here. We set out to achieve regime change, seize their highly enriched uranium, shut down their nuclear centrifuges, shut down their missile program, shut down their proxy network. We have achieved none of these things. So we cannot leave unless we get something. So what we are doing is keeping this going at a low boil. The pressure is on us, but the pressure is also on them, and we're going to try to wait them out so that Iran eventually comes to us and makes concessions on their nuclear program. Now, what are those concessions going to be? Well, there's not a lot of room for negotiation. The Trump administration says they have to give up all their highly enriched uranium and they have to give up all their enrichment activity. There's no wiggle room. There's no gray area. They cannot retain any of it for any period of time, can't dilute it, which Iran is never going to give up. On Iran's side, all they have to do is wait us out. Yep. All they have to do is basically call Trump's bluff. They know this is hurting us more than it's hurting them. And Trump administration officials themselves say it's not going to work. We have no military options. Even if we restarted the bombing, it's not going to fix anything. Even if we restarted the war, it's not going to change their behavior. And even if we blockade all their ports, it's not going to put enough pressure on the regime to capitulate. And that is because since the war started, the IRGC has actually consolidated more power than they had before the war started. So what it is looking like in the future is that the Trump administration is going to have to just walk away. It's not going to work. Iran is still putting out proposals and telling us, look, we're not talking about nuclear. We're not giving anything up. And as a matter of fact, we don't even want to talk about it anymore. We don't want to talk about our missiles, our proxies. The regime isn't going anywhere. And the nuclear issue, we're never giving it up. They said last week, they said our right to nuclear enrichment is no different than our right to our own soil. They said it is just as sacred as our right to our own territory. We're never giving it up. And that is what they have said. They said we are never giving up enrichment. We are never giving up our highly enriched uranium. And the Trump administration can accept nothing less than exactly that. So what does that mean? It means that the current situation will prevail. The strait will remain closed. The blockade will remain in place. And ultimately, it is on either Tehran or Washington to blink first, and time is working against us. It is all of our allied countries that are hurting because of this. It is Europe. It is our allies in the Pacific. They are facing the fuel shortages because of this. And ultimately, that is going to affect the United States economy and political situation, which is far more precarious and fragile than the situation inside Iran.
Have no business.
In Iran, they don't have a democracy. In Iran, their people know they're in an existential war for their survival. Over here, this is a war of choice. Most Americans don't support this. Most Americans don't even care. So if in Iran, the Iranian regime is going to impose on people rationing and shortages of vital goods, and the economy is going to get worse, well, one, they have an iron grip on power, and two, their people know the situation, which is it's either this or it's total destruction and no sovereignty. Over here, we have an election in 7 months where the Republicans are very unpopular, and what's more, Americans don't want to pay $5 for a gallon of gas to support a war of choice, to pursue regime change, for a limited nuclear deal in Iran. It's just not something that Americans have a political appetite for. So once again, just like over the previous 3 weeks and the other deadlines before that, this is yet another bluff. Just like for the past month when Trump was saying, we're going to bomb you like you've never been bombed before. We're going to target your power plants and bridges and infrastructure. That was a bluff. And so is this. The administration says we're going to prepare for a long-term blockade. They're planting stories in the press and they're leaking to the media saying we're prepared to go the distance. We're settling in to blockade the strait in perpetuity. And we're good with just shutting down the strait. We're not talking.
The problem is Iran doesn't buy this, and they've never bought this. This is propaganda for us. They're just trying to convince us and the media that this is how things are.
More. And Trump thinks that Iran is going to buy that. And they're going to say, oh, well, we better make a deal now. Trump is going to blockade the strait in perpetuity. This is going to cause problems for us. Just one problem. Iran is working with every other country to alleviate all this pressure. They have just opened up 6 new border crossings with Pakistan so that land trade can continue. And Russia says they are prepared to help Iran with whatever they need strategically. So in the meantime, as long as you are in this, as long as we're playing this waiting game of waiting for Iran to come to the table, get off their red line, give us everything we want, in the meantime, they're being resupplied. They're probably building more drones. They have gone to work rebuilding their missile production facilities. They're probably building more drones. And so what is bound to happen is that whenever Trump or Netanyahu gets tired of the waiting game, we are going to provoke hostilities all over again. There's no limited military option. A resumption of the same kind of hostilities is not going to change anything. This blockade is a farce. They know it. We know it. They know we know it. And so probably what is happening is that, and again, time is the operative variable here. We are watching as Iran is consolidating power. Iranian Revolutionary Guard is consolidating power. They're rebuilding whatever was destroyed. They found a number of unexploded U.S. ordnance and they're reverse engineering that. They're getting back to work. They're preparing for the next round. And in the meantime, what is the United States doing? While they tell the press, while they tell the Wall Street Journal that they're settling in for a long blockade, they have deployed a third aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East. And so now for the first time since the invasion of Iraq in 2003, you have 3 carrier strike groups active and deployed in the same region in the Middle East. At the same time, you got a ton of military transport aircraft headed to the Middle East. What it looks like, they're not serious about a ceasefire. They're not serious about the blockade. Probably they are restocking and reloading, and they're getting ready to hit Iran all over again. And Trump has been insinuating for some time, saying, we're just going to bomb them again. Those that don't want to make a deal, we're just going to kill them. I don't mind an invasion, he said. I don't have the yips, he said, about boots on the ground. What it's looking like is quietly, maybe while they're reassuring the energy markets, maybe they're pursuing diplomacy on some level. If the Iranian offer now is, listen, we'll open up the strait, just leave us alone, maybe they're still pursuing that seriously, but unless they get that nuclear concession, we're going back to war. And I would imagine maybe sooner rather than later, because we are up against the clock with the midterms coming up in November. So that seems to be where all of this is headed, but it's hard to know what the strategic thinking is exactly inside the White House, because up until this point, we haven't actually gotten any kind of straight talk about this since the beginning. You know, as we've talked about, there was a pretty clear idea at the very beginning that we were going to pound them as hard as possible, the regime is going to collapse, and then we're going to extract all these concessions, and we're going to change the character of the regime. That was the idea at the beginning. But the moment that it became clear that would not happen, now we just have no clue what the strategy is. It's typical Trump, what do they call it? It's typical taco. Trump always chickens out, which is these maximalist demands, empty and hollow threats, deadlines that are always being extended, you know, doing all this diplomacy in the media, on True Social, by public statement, by press release. And so it's hard actually to peg the administration where they're going to go with this. But I think that you would not be deploying more aircraft carriers to the region if you were done with hostilities. Currently, you got the Lincoln, the Ford, and the H.W. Bush all off the coast of the Middle East. I don't know that you would be deploying an additional carrier strike group if the goal was to end the war as quickly as possible. Like they said today, declare victory unilaterally and just finish the conflict. I don't think we're going to go that way. But I guess we'll have to watch and see what happens this week. But that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Like I said, kind of a slow news week tonight. Not too much going on. We're going to get set up here. We'll take a look. We'll see what we got here. All right, let's see.
Fashion expert Miss Kitty sent $20. I love you.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it, I guess.
Jan Michael Vincent sent $20. Any update on intern applications?
You'll hear from us, I promise you. I love that.
Silencer AF sent $100. Here's part of my penance. Glad you had a great trip. Looking lean king. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I leaned out a little bit. I got a little bit lean. Yeah, the trip was pretty good. I appreciate it, buddy.
Castro sent $50. We need to get you a plaque next to David Hasselhoff at North Campus.
I know, dude. I mean, the people that have a plaque at North Campus, it's just honestly disgraceful. Like, there's people that, like, have no public profile, haven't even done anything. I think it's time. I think I'm a little bit prominent enough. At my high school, at the North Campus, they have a Wall of Fame. What is it? I guess it's like the Hall of Fame, Wall of Fame, and they have, like, these plaques for all the famous alumni. David Hasselhoff went to my high school. He's up there. I don't know anybody else that's even up there. We should start a campaign. We should start a campaign at the high school. Get the plaque on the wall. I think it's time.
Boogie sent $50. Did you see Clab bought property for 5 meters with high awake night, has an Israeli mob member and was convicted in the past? Why do you associate with him? Helix planted and got his chance to be in the industry.
I did see that. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. Yeah, he's operating. I think, what publication was this? It was one of these things reported it earlier today, because I didn't even think that was true. I saw one of the clipping accounts say Clavicular made a deal with an Israeli billionaire scammer, and that's how they opened up the club. And I didn't even think that was real. I thought that was just exaggerated or something. But then I saw an actual news source report. No, it is an Israeli mobster. It's some Israeli billionaire or something. That's who they're in business with. And, look, in fairness, Clavicular always said he only cares about mogging. You can't hold it against him. You just can't. Because he always said, I don't care about politics. I don't care about America. He said, I only care about mogging. Like, nobody can feel betrayed by that. People say, oh, now Clavicular's doing this. Now he's doing that. What do you mean now? He has always been consistent. They asked him, what do you think about trannies? He said, one less person I have to worry about. One less person that will never mog me. That's who we're dealing with here. Monomaniacal focus on looks and mogging. So, in fairness, nobody can feel betrayed. Nobody can feel like they got caught by surprise here. He always told us what he was about.
Chill out, Nick. You
With
don't
that
need to
being
go
said,
full
obviously
butt
I
man.
believe in
That's-
morality and ethics, and I don't think that's ethical. I don't think it's good to get involved with some of the stuff he's involved with, and it's his life. Obviously, he's his own man, and he's got his own code and everything. I get it, but obviously I don't approve. But I'm not his dad, so he can do whatever he wants. I like him, even though he's doing all that. Look, not everything has to be super political. Why do you associate? I love. That's my favorite question that. I love when people interrogate me. Why do you associate? What does that even mean, by the way? I don't even know what that means. Because I believe in the world. I live in the world among people. What does that even mean? Who am I allowed to associate with? Do I have to associate only with people that I agree with everything they do? How they make their money, how they live their lives? It's ridiculous. I live in the world. I associate with people that I find interesting. I associate with people that I find interesting, with people that I like, with people that I get along with people that benefit me in some way. Why does anybody associate with anybody? Because we live in the world, because we live in a society. So I hate this idea of like, don't associate with so-and-so, as if like by virtue of acknowledging their existence or something, I'm somehow complicit in their actions. I don't see it that way. But I like him and I support him. I don't give a shit. I still support him because you know what? It's not about that. It doesn't even matter. He's not political. What Clavicular is a social, cultural phenomenon. And it's just true because what he represents is the answer to hypergamy. What is the answer to a world where Instagram and Tinder and hypersexual women exist in? What is the answer to that? Men have to improve their looks. It's the only way to compete. If you want to be sexually successful, and to be sexually successful is to be socially successful, and to be socially successful is to be professionally successful and fulfilled, you have to improve your looks. And what does that mean? Well, first and foremost, it means getting skinny. It means being thin. Being thin, getting a good haircut, being groomed well, putting thought and intentionality into how you look. What the fuck is wrong with that? That's a good message. And that is a good message for young men because everybody is telling young men, you can do anything. You can be anything. Work hard, play by the rules. And I like these new ideas where it says, look, the rules ain't helping anybody anymore. All these fanciful ideas we got from Hollywood about our limitless potential, all it leaves us is disappointed and brokenhearted and sad. When we were being told, a person with no arms and legs is being told, you could be anything you want. It's like, no, you're going to be a vegetable your whole life. You're going to be a nugget, bro.
Potato.
right? Someone with no arms and legs is being told by Hollywood, hey man, you could be anything. You could do anything. It's like, nope, your life is going to suck because you're a nugget. You know, and same thing with an ugly person. Someone is totally ugly. People go, yeah, but if you're like, you just got to be confident. You just got to put yourself out there. It's like, no. If you're just confident, people are going to reject you because you're ugly. So what should you do? What is going to work? What's actually going to work? Improve yourself. Work on your game, work on your looks, make more money. That's going to improve your life. And so Clavicular is somebody who, you know, the looks maxing is overrated. People post like his high school pictures and it's like, okay, so he was like a handsome, tall guy that hit puberty and then he got skinny. Okay, great. You know, but like that is the answer, which is to say that, look, here's a guy who went from zero to hero and it's because he improved his looks. Or at the minimum, improving his looks was a necessary precondition. I actually don't agree. It's not with him all looks because there's better looking guys than Clavicular. Is he the best looking man of all time? I don't even think he would say that. He's very good looking. But there's guys that are taller, better looking, better charisma. He's a non-neurotypical. But Clav has a suite of attributes. He's smart, he's original, he's funny, he's very good looking. And this is why he's this, and he has this idea. He is the embodiment and possessed by an idea. And ultimately, that is the most powerful thing. Ideas are the most powerful thing. But it's all those things. He needs all those things. If he wasn't funny, it wouldn't work. If he wasn't good looking, it wouldn't work. If he was not possessed by the idea, he'd just be another one of these chuds. He'd just be like Varys or androgenic or, you know, the long line of clones. Why is Clavicular the brand name? Why is he the shelling point for looks maxing? It's because, one, he's the first mover, possessed by the idea, but also because he's smarter than your average guy.
Maybe he's a
funny,
paid shill.
naturally entertaining. He's a good live streamer. Anyway,
That would make Nick a paid
but
shill.
I think that he's a very powerful cultural totem, very powerful for men,
Possible.
very powerful for white men. And I don't even care. You know. Yeah, there's some shady stuff going on there. Honestly, it's all shady. Everything is shady. Who gives a shit? And how many people are taking gambling deals? How many people are being paid under the table in some other way? And it's not to minimize it, but it's like, let's just take what we can get. I think a lot of the stuff he's doing is positive. What he represents is positive. So even though I don't, obviously I don't co-sign that and I don't support that, but you can't be betrayed because he said that he's only about mogging. And, let's just take the good and forget about the bad. So that's how I feel about it. Why do you associate with him? Fuck you. Who are you?
Ulster grow %.
You're some boring loser. I love this idea that, like, you know, if you're just some like boring loser, and you're probably a degenerate anyway, but if you're just like some boring loser, it's like, well, you could associate with me because, like, you know, I didn't do anything like that. It's like, but you're a boring loser. I want to associate with cool winners, not boring losers. I want to associate with cool winners. And the kind of moralizing, that's the last refuge of somebody that has nothing going on. I have nothing interesting to say. I'm not funny. I'm not outgoing. I have nothing going on. But hey, at least I'm not like Clav. Clav is doing a deal with Israeli billionaires. Yeah, okay, well, he's a cool winner. I like being with cool winners. I like being with cool, smart, good-looking winners, not boring losers that complain. You're associating with this guy. Yeah, okay, whatever, dude.
Groy Pet Groomer sent $30. Since you've leaned out so much, you should get arrested again so you can get a new mugshot.
Yeah, maybe I should. Case dismissed, bitch. Case dismissed, bitch. Yeah, what do you think about that? Oh, man. Yeah, you see that? You see the latest? I got to post something about that. Yeah, I won. Can I make this? How do I make this bigger? Pause. How do I make this? This always gives me trouble. I'm like a baby when it comes to clothes and stuff like this. Do I do it like this? Yes. Okay. Yeah, case dismissed. You thought. They thought they had me. Yeah, maybe it's time for a new mugshot. Maybe I got to beat the shit out of somebody else. Maybe I got to beat the fuck out of somebody else so I could get a new mugshot. It's time. Honestly, it's been too long. It's been too long since I kicked somebody's ass.
I was young.
So it might be
too.
time. What do we think? What do we think about the new hat?
20.
Get another
Jack
mug
Moxley
shot.
sent $20. Why do women have to invent new words like hubby, hubs, and wifey? Are men not emasculated enough by feminist wives?
Honestly, if you have a problem with that, you're kind of the problem, I think. You know,
Got him.
you should just
Rick.
count yourself lucky, you know. Hubby, hubs, what's wrong with that? That's honestly, listen,
pet name.
red pill is out. Red pill is out.
Oh, who fucking
Blue pill is in.
called
Red
it?
pill is out. You know, this like we're gonna bring women on and shit on them and say women are whores. That's out.
Who fucking called this
That's
shit?
out. We're done with that.
Bitches.
6 or 7 mil sent $100. Future Emperor Fuentes, while you were on your date with Candace, the group chat was wondering if you sleep on your back,
Yes.
belly, or side. No homo.
Okay. Well, thank
Quite
you for the
pleased
big
with
super
that.
chat. I don't know if I really want to go there, but thanks a lot.
Big Nibba Grow Hyper sent $20.
I'm always
Most
on the
prophetic
same
dream you've
page
had?
with Nick.
Oh, well. Most prophetic dream I'm a dreamer. I do have lots of dreams. Most prophetic dream, probably the Groiper Ward dream. I told that story on the Jack Neal podcast. That was pretty prophetic.
Sockless sent $100. My name is Azriel Montoya. I'm 36. I ordered a Groy Pat t-shirt for my girlfriend and was wondering when it would be here. P.S.
Okay.
How do I ask the parents for their 13-year-old daughter's hand in marriage?
Very good. Thank you for the big super
Hussein
chat.
Wubby Hill sent $20. My name is Azriel Montoya. After complete Nutrition
know
Goy
what
sent
this
$50. Welcome back. Did you see the hit piece last Wednesday on the Washington Post? One of the poorest quality articles I've ever read. If you're going to do a hit piece, at least write a compelling narrative.
I did. Yeah. They're trying to say what? That I'm like, it's all over the place. They, at once they're trying to say like, this is all the bad rhetoric. They're also trying to say, Christine from Ohio was poor and gave him too many super chats. It was all over the place. I'm not even sure what the message was, but yeah, it was a flop.
Hussein Wubby Hill sent
was
$20.
literally
My name is
just
Azriel
saying
Montoya.
earlier.
Okay, I don't know what
Fractured Light
this
sent
is.
$111. The Pope,
It's no
Nick
good.
Fuentes, Barack Obama, and Candy meeting in Rome to devise a plan to take
Yes,
down Trump
sir.
is wild. Someone please make AI slop. Hope you had a good break, King.
Hey, thanks for the big super
saw it.
chat. Yeah, well, Laura Loomer's just totally insane. She's a total fucking
Straight
idiot.
up. She's nuts.
She's like, well, so you know who else is from Chicago? Barack Obama. It's like, you're just a fucking stupid idiot, man.
She looks like Jigsaw.
Yeah. Pope Leo, Obama, and me. Well, we're all from Chicago, so we all know each other. Major metropolitan
would be
area, 10 million
nightmarish to wake
people.
up to
But
her.
yeah, like we all know each other.
like next to her.
The
roll
Vatican,
over.
the Democrats, and the
Ooh.
Groypers. Okay. She's the worst. She's honestly one of the worst human beings alive.
Flippin' Arkansas Groy percent $20. I got accepted to an aviation program the same day you came back.
Wow.
Grants are paying 100%. Keep up the work, man. We love you.
Well, congratulations. Love to hear it, man. Good for
RG
you.
1313 sent $25. Seething. How TF do you buy a burger and Coke and not get forced to take fries? Prob cheaper even. Keck Kaylate's flow state.
I know, dude. That's the problem. He's always in his witness consciousness. Time to wake up, nigga. He's always hanging out. I talked to him like, what are you thinking about? Nothing. He's never thinking about anything. Me, I'm always sitting there like deep in thought. I'm always
Scheming.
sitting there like,
Scheming. Like little fucking
brooding
twerp.
and reminiscing and plotting. And Keith is literally just sitting there just like,
scheming.
he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there. He is not there. He is not with you. And there's something ironic about that. He's like mindful and present, and yet he's totally out there. He's just sitting there. He's just somewhere else. And then he's like, oh, my phone died. Oh, my phone just died. Oh, I left my sunglasses in the car. And it's like, yeah, maybe if you were being a little more mindful of those things. Or, I'm being mindful of my phone in my pocket. I'm mindful of the battery level. I'm mindful of my belongings in that locker that is unsecured. I'm mindful of my sunglasses, which I left in the glove compartment of the car or on the table in the restaurant. So, yeah. That was crazy. Dude, how do you mess it up that bad? He goes, what do you want? Hamburger, fries, Coke. Comes back, McCrispy, Coke. Like we're 1 for 3. 1 for 3 on the McDonald's order.
No, I didn't watch it.
But that's okay. It's good because he's a good friend because you can't have two neurotic people. You can't have two neurotic people. Every friend group got the transcendental meditator. Every friend group got the mindful transcendental meditator. And every friend group has a cluster B narcissist who is, what did he say? I'll say it today. You know what he told me? I never forgot this. He said this to me a few months ago. He said, I'm a better Christian than you. I said, no, you're not. I said, how are you a better, and he's not Christian. I'm like, how are you a better Christian than me? He goes, well, one, you hate the poor, you're consumed by lust, and you exalt raw power and domination. I was like, well, that sounds like a pretty cool person, honestly. I said, maybe that's true. I said, but that honestly sounds like a really cool person. And I don't know why you're clocking me like that. I don't know why you're reading me like this. I don't know what I ever did to you to deserve that. Every time I talk to him, it's always some like devastating attack on my ego. It's always like a Star Killer base, Death Star, precision strike on my sense of self. It's like, can't we just like hang out? So, yeah. This time he tells me you have all the traits of someone with a cluster B personality disorder. I was like, well, what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? He's like unstable sense of self, fear of abandonment. And then he just started listing them one after the other. I was like, hey man, can we just eat our pasta? Hey man, can we just enjoy our cappuccino? It's getting a little too real right now. But anyway. So yeah, forgot the fucking fries. But it's okay. I forgive him. I forgive him anyway. He got the fillet of fish. Who does that even?
Come on.
When we encountered, what do they call it? The Vatican paper published an article about it. I guess that like guy that tried to get me to move, I guess that's like a scam.
Thanks for sending
So
me that, by
I
the
was
way.
driving one of these little things and I park and I'm chilling out. And this brown guy comes up and is like, you need to park somewhere else. You park over here. I'll show you.
Some bum.
And I was like, get away from me. I don't know you.
Yeah, he played it
And then he
right.
crashes out on me. And then the Vatican, one of these Vatican newspapers did an article and said, I guess that's a scam. And the guy was Egyptian. And these Arabs hang out in Rome and they try to get you to find a parking spot and then they demand money.
Huh.
And you know what's really funny? You want to know what's really funny?
That's
See,
what the
this
guy
is
was
why I
doing,
have
too. And
problems,
Nick was
okay?
like, "Fuck
This
you.
is why I'm a little bit
don't know you."
nutty. So this clip goes out and people see the interaction where I'm in this tiny car parked in the space and the guy is trying to get me to move. All these stupid assholes on Twitter are in the replies and they're saying, Nick is being kind of a jerk. He should have moved his car. That guy was trying to get him to move his car so another car could park. He was being a jerk.
No, he wasn't. The
Guy's a scammer. It's a scam. He was dressed like a vagabond. He's a transient. He's some dirtbag. He's some human refuse. And he's a scammer. And you people try to gaslight me into thinking I'm a bad person. I rightly clocked the situation. I'm like, who is this vagabond? Why is
the guy practically attacked or accosted Nick? Like the guy just out of nowhere like starts picking at him and then starts yelling at him. Like it was totally out of pocket.
Vagabond speaking to me? Why is this tramp yelling at me? Some disgusting, dirty tramp comes out of nowhere and starts yelling at me. I correctly am like, get out of my face. Get the fuck away from me. I don't know you. I'm not moving my car. And all of you dummies.
You stoop.
But that's what it is. All the dummies line up and they're like, hey man, you should have just moved your car. Why are you being a dick?
Stoops.
Why are you being a jerk? You should have moved your car. Because it's a scam and you were born yesterday. People are telling me I'm a bad guy, getting in my head. Oh, he should have just moved his car. This is why I have issues, because it's like my gut is always right.
The guy started
especially about stuff like
bothering him
that.
out of nowhere. Fuck
Yeah,
that
people
dude.
go, you should have just moved it. Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't travel alone because you're going to have some problems.
Nick was minding his own
I'm
fucking
from
business.
Chicago. We don't play that. Homie don't play that. You know, they said, in the article, they acted like I got humbled by this guy. In this article, they said, Rome doesn't care if you're a live streamer. It's been here forever. They said, Rome doesn't care if you're famous or rich. Rome humbles everybody. Humbles everybody. It didn't work on me. It didn't work on me. They say that like I got chewed up and spit out by the city. I didn't fall for it. I stood my ground. Because I'm from Chicago. I'm from America. Don't forget that. I'm a real ass American.
Dustin sent $25. Glad you're back. Hope you and Keith had a good time out there. Call me emoji.
We did. We had a
The
great
White
time.
Rican sent $50. Remember when Dance Monkey was the worst thing going on?
I don't. Can't say that I do.
Boogly Woogly sent $20. Welcome back, King. Quick, non-consequential question. How are Republicans even supposed to win in 28 with Trump?
I don't even know what does that even mean? What do you mean? How are they going to win with Trump? What are you even talking about?
Red Pill Dreamy sent $20. Hi, Nick. How do you eat your fun dip? Do you use the sticks to eat the powder, or eat each separately? Nick J. Fedplan sent $22. Do you think Tucker Carlson talked to you about porn because he's seen the NSA tapes of you beating her meat? Based.
Honestly, I kind of thought, I'm not going to lie, I kind of thought that. Not that I've ever done that, right? But like, no, but I honestly thought that because he told me, he's like, porn is like an Israeli op and, you know, they're filming you when you're watching porn. And then I was, honest to God, I was kind of thinking like that, like during the show, that was going to be the big reveal. It was going to be like, because I talked to Pornhub and we have the tapes. I was going to be like, here we go. That's funny that you say it, but I'm a conspiratorial, paranoid thinker.
Yeah, he's paranoid.
So I was thinking like, oh shit.
Palmetto Grower sent $25. What is your opinion on grow wipers entering the field of counterintelligence?
Is that a field? You mean like what, with the CIA? Yeah, sure.
Lady Liberty sent
Go for
$50.
it.
I trust you, Nick. Glad you and Sneeko are good. Real friends are rare. Totally opposite from my best friend, but going on 10 plus years now. Also impressed by your driving in Rome. Italians drive crazy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this they are. Real friends are rare. But I've got a lot of them. You know, I was having a tough time the past couple weeks, and it was very heartening how many people I can count on and people that were there for me. So I appreciated that. They kind of brought me back to life a little bit. So it's true. Am I not a great driver? Yeah, Rome is crazy. It's crazy. The Vespas are flying everywhere. And what can I say? I'm an excellent driver. So yeah, it's true.
Indiana Grow Wiper sent $20. I'm glad you're back with another great show. Don't know how much longer I could listen to Dave Smith talk about Mesa chips.
Does he do Mesa chip ads? I haven't seen that.
Jesus what? Jesus who? Said $100. Are you ready for Jewish American Heritage Month in a few days?
Who cares, bro? Thank you for the big super chat. What is wrong? Are you just like some chud? Are you, oy vey, you ready for Jewish Heritage Month? What are you, like, who cares, dude? Who
Oy
even
vey.
knows that? How did you even know that? What, you mean the month of May? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the month of May. I had no idea it was Jewish Heritage Month. Chuds are like, oy vey, are you ready for Jewish American? Yeah, dude, whatever. Like, who cares? Like, can you just move on?
High Speed Sneeze sent $20. Hi Nick, what are your thoughts on future Congressman Brandon Herrera? He also is on the Unsubscribed podcast. Thank you.
Still don't know anything about
Peru
it.
711 sent $20. Nick, what's your opinion regarding the current crisis in Peru? Electoral fraud, U.S. base in Callao and military jet purchases.
Haven't been following it.
Logging sent $20. I'm 5 feet 4 inches. Pathetic manlet. And getting leg lengthening surgery to become 5 feet 9 inches. Thoughts?
Honestly, it's worth it. Honestly, I think you should do it. Go for it. 5'9" isn't great either, but 5'4" is devastating.
Biggle 4200 sent $25. I'm probably dumb, but I have this idea that the Tiawan KMT party and Israel are deeply tied. I'm guessing this is why we need to have China mainland under thumb. I think Iran, China, Tiawan are one pie.
I don't really know enough about that. I don't know about the connections between Israel and KMT, but maybe. I haven't looked into
Make
it.
Sneaker Ape Hassan sent $50. They offered you $6 million for Charlottesville, but you took $270K on principle. Respect.
Very good. Yeah, I've seen that tweet before. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it.
Benjamin Frankly 88 sent $20. The same people who call it white nationalism tell little white children that they shouldn't have kids because it's bad to not have a fully brown country.
Whoa, yeah, that's like a double standard or something. That's hypocritical. Someone should tell them that. You know, if the shoe were on the other foot, the same people calling you white nationalism tell little white kid. Yeah, they're kind of like hypocrites or something. We should do something
Danielle
about
Carey
that.
3 sent $20. Whoa dude. Never realized that guy who came to your house had just killed multiple other people. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
So glad you're okay, news boy.
He killed
Red heart
3
emoji.
people. Him and his best friend had like a falling out. The best friend like kicked the shit out of him in his dorm. And then he just went on this downward spiral. So then he drove to his best friend's house, killed the guy, his sister, his mom. Then he got back in the car, drove to my house, and tried to kill me. Now he's dead. And I'm alive.
Christopheros 1 sent $20. How do you fuck up hamburger, fries, and a Coke? Doesn't get more simple than that.
Well, you know, he probably heard hamburger and heard burger. I said hamburger. He probably heard burger and was like, I don't know. I almost sneezed there. He probably just said, you know, give me a burger. Give me a McCrispy. But whatever. It happened. It's over. We're going to move on.
Fort
We're
Wayne
going to
Roy
forget it
percent
ever
$20.
happened.
Last night you came across as not liking Hey Dude, so I wanted to ask what's your opinion on sup niggas?
Hey dudes and sup niggas.
What's your opinion on sup niggas? That's funny.
Oh,
Okay,
shit,
that's
dude, that was
hilarious. That's a
clever.
good
Sir
super
Potato
chat.
Pete sent
That's
$50.
clever as fuck,
What's your
bro.
opinion on sup niggas?
Sir Potato Pete sent $50.
Well done,
I love what
well
you said last
done.
night about not having a lot of
Dude,
time.
that was
I had learned the hard
clever,
way.
bro. He
Turned
did that
30.
was a-
I didn't follow my
that was a
dreams, but I'm
good
still
one.
hopeful for the future.
Homeboy
Getting
coming
after it
through.
now.
Sup
Hi, Nick.
niggas.
Orthodox cross
Oh
emoji.
my gosh.
Oh, fuck,
That's
man.
really funny.
That dude is clever.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Things change in a short time. We do not have a long time here. So, yeah, good luck to you. 30 is still kind of young, but you're also cooked.
Wang 70.
If you're 30, you're kind of cooked. Like, you're not going to pivot. I saw some piece today. It said you cannot pivot in life. Whatever you've been doing is what you're going to be doing forever, with very few exceptions.
Sure.
So you might be cooked, but that's okay, because nothing really matters all that much.
Yeah.
Everybody's miserable and we're all going to die.
They all end
So,
up in the ground someday.
like, who even really cares? Just eat your fucking goy slop.
Vexalum 88 sent $20. Listing my gently pre-owned Grower Pets t-shirt on eBay for $3,500.
Yeah, maybe it'll get
At
that.
Anon 47281638 sent $20. Daily reminder that atheists, orthos and prots will all burn in hell. Sorry folks, I don't make the rules. God does.
W's in the chat. Hell yeah.
Chevrolet Grower percent $20. Love you, man. Do you have a favorite power tool brand? V1889 sent
Oh, yeah.
$20. Have you seen the 12-hour Swedish documentary about world jewelry?
Milwaukee for
Europa,
the win.
the last battle.
Bitches.
Bob Team 7 sent
Okay.
$100. GM.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Good morning.
Vincent Boogaloo sent $20. 9 to 5 unk up here in Janesville. I realize this isn't much, but thank you for speaking the truth and fighting for what remains of our great republic. You are appreciated.
Of our great republic. I
You are
just had to do
appreciated.
that. Sorry. Thanks. Thank you. Janesville. I've been to Janesville when I campaigned for Paul Nealon many years ago. Many years ago.
Moons ago.
Oh, yes. When I was a younger man. Those were the days, huh? For fighting for what remains of our great republic. W, yes, the great republic.
Lincoln Con sent $20. What's your
Empire,
stance on
I think you
stoicism?
mean.
I've seen conflicting opinions, but the more I look into it, the more appealing it seems.
I think it's like Reddit. If you're like into stoicism, you're a Redditor. Like you're probably reading a Nassim Taleb books. You're reading who's that other knucklehead
Meditations.
that writes those types of books. You know what I'm talking about?
Aurelius.
Oh, what's his name? Malcolm Gladwell. Yeah, if you're if you're talking about I'm getting really into stoicism. I picked up Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. It's like, yeah, you and every
I
chud,
knew
you and
it.
every
I
guy
knew
with
it.
one of those vests, you and every guy that watches the All In podcast. I'm getting really into stoicism. Shouldn't be into that.
Carnator Han sent $50. Take 2 weeks off frequently if you kick ass like this when refreshed.
Bro, Christianity is basically stoicism.
Yeah, maybe.
Patty 700 sent $20. Vote for Casey Puch by May 5th. R4P Ramaswamy. Puch has a legitimate chance to beat Vivek and has stated he will fight with unholy vengeance against those who murdered our former lives. USA emoji. AF.
He really does not have a legitimate chance at all, and that's okay. I'm just going to go with the Democrat.
Patty 700 sent $20. Vivek has also spent over $1 million in the past few months to hide Casey's real polling numbers.
Oh, just stop. Come on now. What are you even talking about? Oh, man. It's like, I need to be insulated from my own audience. I can't do that anymore. They're paying millions of dollars to suppress the real polling. Shut the
Illister
fuck
sent
up.
$50. After socializing with some grow-uppers recently, I was inspired by many to improve my life. Shout out to Men, Dominic, CBG, Ox, Hoplite,
Oh,
and
that's
Reg.
so wholesome.
Wang07.
So wholesome and sweet.
Stock of
Thank you.
$12.52 sent $20.
Love it.
Graduated top 5 in my HS class, now at Purdue University. You were right when you said biggest red pill is most people are effing retarded. Load of PPL here can study but are not intelligent. Hashtag Groiper, hashtag AF.
Wow, that's really, yeah.
That Nicker sent $20.
That's
Looking good,
crazy.
King. You are mogging everyone. Watching your old debates is peak content. Will we get Nick the Knife in the Big 26?
Maybe. I don't know.
Basement Dweller sent $20.
Nick the Knife.
Securing a future for white
Jeez.
children is the message that we need to stick to. Let the others chase self-destructive
That's
lifestyles if they desire that. Clav is a horrible role model. He is lost.
Sunyan, dude.
It's overdosing and shit on streams. That's
Securing
not
a future for
overkill.
white children is a message we need to stick on.
The guy's fucking up in real time. Why would he be a good role model? He's
Goodness
literally
gracious,
doing all
dude,
the
it's
shit you shouldn't
over.
do.
It's over. We are cooked and it's over. And politics is jester and it's over. Securing a future for white children. Clav is a horrible role model. He is lost.
shit.
Yeah, he's a little lost with the drug use
also
and some of those
20.
other things, but yeah, I don't know. You just sound like Like a dork.
Upgrade sent $200. Hey Nick, glad you feel better and took some time off. Let's flip the house in 26 and get ready for 28. Love the blue quarter zip, it's my go-to. Distressed had ordered. See you in the club chat. God bless.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yes. Let's do those things. And I'm glad you like the quarter zip. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate
AF Burger
it.
King sent $20. Calling the Jewish family parasites was an epic-based moment. Smiley face emoji. Victory hand emoji.
It wasn't a Jewish family, was it?
Hussein Wubby Hill sent $20. I'm considering taking my girl to the Pink Pony Club, but they asked for ID. Do you know how I can overcome this for my Cunny Bunny? Sincerely, Azriel Montoya. Jimbo Zoomer sent
I don't know
$20.
what that
Should
is.
have moved your Amerindian Olmec skull ass for the native Italian who wanted to park and go to the Coliseum. Stalking the Italian countryside to miscegenate with a white Italian, you'd disgust me.
I saw that. That was funny.
8 for Snipper Kitty 43 sent $20. You're a good driver until it comes to the Canes Drive Trough.
Throwback. Yeah, very funny. Hilarious.
James Bond 4200 sent $20. Thoughts on the illegal Muslim/Islam's raping kids in Europe?
It's bad.
Fucking shit.
Great question. Okay, thoughts on kids getting raped? That's bad. Okay, that's our last super chat. Thankfully, that's going to do it for me. Remember to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thanks for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters. Special thanks to Upgrade, Fractured Light, Silencer AF, 6 or 7 million, Sockless, Jesus What, and Bob.
Oh yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the show. I will see you on the next one. Should be tomorrow. Till then, evening. God bless.